Just testing the audio to make sure it's okay online.
Right, good morning everybody. The inquiry is resumed, day 2 today, and we'll be moving on to deal with noise, hearing from the first witness. Before we do that, the normal reminders please about mobile phones and IT equipment, because they will be switched off. And yesterday there was some discussion about whether Ms. Malik was joining us. You're here today. Yes. Good, that's fine. I just obviously need to be sure that people that want to be here are here, and you're a Rule 6 party, so you're a main party to the proceedings. So is it your intention to be here from this point or not? Right, okay. So you'll be here for the... Right, sorry. Okay, you're going to be cross-examining who, did you say? Right, okay. I thought when I asked yesterday, you said that you weren't intending to cross-examine. So you... Right, okay. So you do have some questions for Mr. Kidd. Do you have an indication of how long you're likely to need for those questions? Right, thank you. And then there was going to be some discussion yesterday about noise and potential for some common ground to be reached.
Yes, sir, and I'm pleased to report that there has been progress in that respect. And the experts met yesterday. Following that, Mr. Leach kindly put together a document which includes various tables which set out an agreed methodology, different inputs, and the outputs of that. In producing the document, he's also added in some commentary, and we got the document this morning at 8 o'clock, and I'm not sure that we subscribe to all of the commentary that's been inserted. And I think probably in discussions with Mr. Strawn, it would be helpful if instead of having a statement that says, it's agreed that, it might be helpful saying the appellant says X, the council says Y, and if the Gurdwara have a separate point, they can add that in. And to that end, we wondered if we might just have half an hour now so that we can do that, so that you can have a document that reflects the parties' positions before we start the evidence in chief.
Right. Is it your view as well, Mr. Strawn, that that's going to be helpful to how things pan out over the next day or so?
Well, subject to one caveat, yes, I do think that's right, sir. The caveat is I don't know what the qualifications are to the text, but what I did suggest is, and I anticipate that they're not many, is that if there are disagreements, one could do it in exactly that way, just so you can see what's in dispute as well as what's agreed. I'm hoping there aren't many. I'm getting an affirmation of that, so that's helpful. In which case, I would have thought, yes, it's a productive use of half an hour, which will probably save time in the long run, if I can put it that way. I'd be keen to have an agreed document, certainly before I started asking questions of Mr. Scrivener.
Right, okay. And Ms. Clutton?
Yes, I think that'd be helpful. We haven't had long with the document and we've been focusing on the numbers, so it'd be good to be able to actually just nail down the text as well.
Right. Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that this hasn't all taken place long before the inquiry, because we're all here now and wasting time. But if it is going to be helpful to how we move forwards, would if we adjourn till 10 o'clock, would that be sufficient? It's 25 minutes.
We're slightly in their hands because we've given our document. We're just waiting to get comments back.
So could we say 5 past? I'm sorry to be difficult, but by the time we've all gone down to our rooms on different floors and got together and hopefully printed out a document that is agreed.
Right. Okay. We'll adjourn until 10:05 then.
Thank you, sir.
Right, okay, let's resume then, please. Has the matter now been resolved?
Yes, sir, I understand that it has been. We haven't yet printed copies, but I am certainly content for the purposes of cross examination in chief. I'm only going to be referring to the tables in that document, so I can take you through those and we can provide you with the update before cross examination.
Right, okay. Everybody's content with that, are they? Yes. Okay. So when you're ready.
Thank you very much, sir. Oh, Mr. Scrivener, do it after. Do it after. You can send it to me and we'll get it printed after. So I wonder then if I might just hand you up the version that is going to be amended, just so you can have a look at the tables. I'll take you through that in due course, if I may. Mr. Scrivener, good morning. I'm going to introduce you by reference to your main proof of evidence, section 0. You are Reece Scrivener and you hold a Master of Science degree in Noise and Noise Control, and you're a corporate member of the Institute of Acoustics, and you have some 25 years experience as a noise and vibration consultant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. As to your role in this inquiry, you explain at paragraph 0.5 that you were instructed in May of this year, and prior to your instruction, you reviewed the various noise reports that you list at Appendix A, and you formed the opinion that the development would give rise to significant adverse impacts on the residents of Block A, and the appellant hadn't complied with the agent of change principle. On what basis did you reach that conclusion at that stage, please, prior to carrying out your own noise measurements?
So I think the easiest way is to go to the Appendix A in my proof. These are the documents that I reviewed. So I was sent the instruction by Hounslow and asked to review if I thought the reason for refusal 1 was correct. So I was looking for good design. I was looking for noise on the balconies, internal noise as a noise consultant, and glazing. They're all things that jumped out at me. So I reviewed the initial report by Seoul Acoustics, some back and forwards with Tetra Tech. Clear Acoustics Design then raised the issue of the Nagara drum. There was some toing and froing. The report was updated, and then the permission was refused. Having reviewed it, I looked at the noise level of the drum, and the noise level was high. But having looked at some online videos, I'm thinking this is a noisy drum. We have balconies very close. And my initial thought, having reviewed all the documents, was, why is balcony A so close to where they're using a drum? So taking the levels, I looked at a very quick 4142 estimate, and I'm thinking we're well over kind of 20 plus as an assessment. Taking that stand has to be used very carefully. So in terms of external noise on the balconies, I thought we had a significant adverse impact. And then I was also looking at the glazing spec internally, and I was at that stage thinking, yeah, this could also be a significant adverse impact.
Okay, now since then you've carried out your own noise measurements and assessments. How has that affected your view that the development would give rise to significant adverse noise impacts?
So I'm still of the opinion that the use of the Nagara, so I've kind of honed down from the whole operation of the Gurdwara into the use of the Nagara. So this is my main beef. It's the use of the Nagara and the positioning of Block A. So the use of the Nagara in terms of external amenity on the balconies, I think is a significant adverse impact. Having done some measurement of my own on the Nagara to justify the levels. And internally, I'm now of the opinion, following yesterday's discussions, that it's when the Nagara is used in the ceremonial ground, either 3 times a year or on the balcony.
Okay. Thank you very much. The topics I want to cover with you are, just so you know where we're going, scope of your evidence, principles of good acoustic design, noise measurements of the Nagara itself, internal and external noise levels in Block A, and then relevant standards against which to assess those levels. That's the structure we're going to follow.
Okay.
Okay, now you explain in your proof that you agree with the appellant that the proposed development can be designed acceptably to address noise from aircraft, traffic, and commercial premises. And at paragraph 1.6, you explain your view that noise from the Gurdwara's extractor fan could suitably be addressed through the installation of a splitter attenuator or odor control. Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Have you seen any proposal for such mitigation from the appellant?
Not as yet, no.
Okay. Have you carried out your own measurements of the kitchen extractor?
No, because when I thought this wasn't a large issue, I thought it was an extractor that can run in the day or night, and it could be quite easily dealt with a section 106.
Okay. Okay. Do you happen to know whether it is being dealt with in the section 106?
I don't think it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I don't think we've had any suggestion from the council that it should be dealt with in the 106.
Okay. Well,
Is that right? I mean, maybe I've misunderstood.
okay. Well, it's,
Are you requesting it's dealt with? And if so, we'd welcome that. That's contrary to our understanding, but I haven't seen
Okay,
any
well,
wording.
that is the position explained in Mr. Scrivener's proof that subject to suitable mitigation, that is something that could be dealt with appropriately. That is paragraph 1.6. No, 1. Bear with me. Yeah, 1.6 of his proof.
Is it the council's position that the development's not acceptable without this mitigation to the extracts?
I haven't assessed it, but I've read the document from Venture Acoustics who have made a measurement. I think it wouldn't be, especially at night time when we've got lower background levels, and I've been told that the kitchen opens from 3-4 in the morning, so we're into the nighttime period. So I think on the noise levels at Venture Acoustics, I think would be a significant adverse impact. I think you get lots of complaints. So I think we would need to deal with it.
Right. Okay. Well, if the council is suggesting that it needs to be a planning obligation, the council needs to justify that with reference to the tests, and it sounds like the appellant needs to be aware of it as well. So it sounds like further discussions are needed about
Certainly,
the section.
sir.
And so certainly to be clear, that is obviously a point that the Rule 6 party is taking. So we'll make sure that's addressed as well.
Thank you very much. Turning then to the principles of good acoustic design. Firstly, where does this concept of good acoustic design come from, please?
I think it's kind of embedded in the MPPF that we need to design stuff right from the start. From an acoustic point of view, I would agree with Mr. Leach that Pro PG gives us a very good starting point.
Okay, let's turn that up, please. That's core document 12.8. Just wait for the inspector to get there as well. Okay, which particular parts of Pro PG do you refer us to?
So I think it's several points. So
Yeah.
Right at the start, it says the national
Wait, sorry, if you're going to read for a bit, could you give us the paragraph numbers or page numbers?
So it's in the forward on page 4.
Yeah.
So the second paragraph, the National Planning Policy Framework encourages improved standards of design. And then it goes on to set out, this was written by a group of acousticians to help deliver stuff that has developments that have really good design. So then if we go over to section 2 and paragraph 2.4,
Okay.
This kind of lays out the approach you would expect from residential housing next to possible source of noise. And the key one is in 2.4, it says we must have a good acoustic design process. Then element 2, we must observe internal noise levels. We must then consider external noise levels, and we must consider other relevant issues. So those are the 4 elements that we need to kind of bring together to do a good acoustic design principle. And then I think the acousticians that wrote this, for me, the most important paragraph is at 2.118. And
Okay, so sorry, that's on PDF page 11. Yep.
and this
2.118 PDF page 11. Sorry, 2.18. Yeah,
sorry.
2.18 PDF page 11.
So for me, this is the most important paragraph where it says it is imperative that acoustic design is considered at an early stage of the development control process. And this came about before MPPF, was when schemes were designed and acousticians were only ever brought in right at the last minute to kind of rubber stamp it. So the idea is that we get good acoustic design process right from an early stage. The document goes on to give a hierarchy of the design principles that you should imply.
Okay, where are you looking at now?
I'm at the supplementary part, which is in paragraph 3.1.
Okay. (3.1) recommendation to the decision maker.
Now I've got supplementary.
What is it? A supplementary document?
Oh, so the
Is that what you're looking at?
so yeah. So apologies. ProPG has the main document, and it has 2 supplementary documents on all the websites that you're meant to download with the other documents.
All right, let me just see if that's okay. So I can see a reference to supplementary documents 1 and 2 at paragraph 1.10 on PDF page 6. So it says key aspects of the planning policy framework at the time of publication are described in supplementary document 1. Guidance on good acoustic design is contained in supplementary document 2. Which of those are you referring to?
Supplementary document 2.
Okay, I'm not sure that is amongst the core documents. I'm sure we can rectify that, but can you just tell us, please, what the point is that you want to make by reference to that?
The only point I wanted to make, it reinforces the good design. It just gives us a hierarchy in which you should approach these mitigation measures, and it has 7 of them. And the hierarchy is that you should first consider to maximize the separation. You should try then to reduce the sources. You should then try and use existing structures or topography as screening. You should then consider noise barriers. Point 5, you should consider the layout of the scheme. Point 6, you should consider the orientation of the buildings. And finally, at point 7, you should consider the building envelope. All I was trying to say that as you approach the design, there's a hierarchy that you should always follow.
Okay. Okay, I mean, so can I just ask you to look at paragraph 2.22 of ProPG, which is on PDF page 11.
Yep.
Okay, there's a bit about unopenable glazing at the beginning of that paragraph, and then I think it's the second sentence, but the first sentence is quite long. Solely relying on sound insulation of the building envelope to achieve acceptable acoustic conditions in new residential development when other methods could reduce the need for this approach, is not regarded as good acoustic design. How consistent is that with the point that you were making about the hierarchy set out in the supplementary document?
That's exactly the point it's making.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Leach says in his proof that the planning application was supported by a wide range of supporting material, including technical noise assessments that demonstrated the suitability of the appeal site for this development. And we also heard it suggested yesterday, Mr. Scrivener, that there were a number of consultations with the Gurdwara that took place before the application was submitted, which meant that the appellant fully understood the operations that were taking place at the Gurdwara at the time it submitted its application. And I would just like to ask for your comments on those points, having regard to the various acoustic assessments that have been submitted. Just in terms of chronology, can I just set up what my understanding of those is? So it starts with the only acoustic assessment that accompanied the planning application. That's at core document 1.3.19. And I just, actually, rather than running through, I wonder if you have any comments on that document, the one that accompanied the application.
So for me, it's the key one is on page 19.
Okay. Okay, for those looking in the PDF, I think that's PDF page 23. What comments do you have on that?
So I understood that there was some consultation with the Gurdwara, and the appellant had thought to understand the operation of the Gurdwara. So I was expecting, when I saw this report, that this shows some good design. It shows some good design process in the hierarchy I've seen for road noise. So if you look at the road which is coming down the kind of right-hand side, you can see that we've got good orientation of the building, and we've ended up with some enhanced glazing, which is coloured red. What struck me was that we have the Gurdwara and we don't have the upgraded glazing at the top of Block A, which is kind of the western facade, the bit that sticks up towards the Gurdwara. The glazing spec in the living room is a 412/4. That was the original spec that they made.
Okay, and is that something?
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask what's good about the orientation of the buildings in relation to the road there?
So I think they've, in terms of, they've created a very quiet space at the back. So I think they would have, you're going to have noisy balconies at the front, but they've created a area at the back that when you look at here, he has a noise map actually on the next page. So on that noise map, I think in dealing with the road noise, it's a good acoustic design because you've ended up with a quiet space. You've ended up with a U shape, which has used the buildings as a barrier. So they've got a nice quiet space behind the road.
Okay, so you're talking then about the window specification, which I think is on page 18, is it? PDF page 22?
Yes.
Okay, and so you were saying the buildings, the glazing spec in terms of the windows facing the Gurdwara?
So this, to be clear, this was just a preliminary spec that Seoul Acoustics put forward. But in terms of them in an early design process, if they had considered the Gurdwara to be a major noise source, I would have expected in the initial design to see the glazing to deal with that.
Okay. Can I just ask, so in this document, there's a reference at section 2.1, page 2, PDF 6. think you've gone past it. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. There's a reference you see in the third paragraph there to the Gurdwara being on the western boundary.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at the plan on the following page,
Yes.
there's an annotation of the Gurdwara.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other mention of the Gurdwara or any of the activities that take place within it or its external areas in this document?
No.
Thank you. Then, following submission of the application, certain concerns were conveyed to the appellant, both from the council's noise consultants Tetra Tech and from the Gurdwara. They weren't given the response, but concerns were conveyed to them. And Sol Acoustics responded to those in letters dated 25th of January 22, core document 2.4, and a technical note of the 9th of June 22, core document 2.12. Now, I think the first of those didn't touch on the Gurdwara, but the second did. So that's core document 2.12. Any comments on that document, please?
So I think their approach here was not to take on the fact that the Gurdwara could have a potential to impact these facades on Block A. They had a slight go at the measurements undertaken by Clear Acoustic Design. And so I think it was more of a kind of a, without being harsh, it was kind of a deny rather than deal with the problem.
Okay. Okay. Then on the 30th of June of 22, Sol Acoustics submitted an updated noise assessment, which we have at core document 213. Any comments on that document?
So in the previous Tetra Tech response, they recommended upgrading the glazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it's on page 20, I don't know the PDF.
Okay, I'll find
So
it.
it's figure 12.
Okay, that is PDF 24. So Tetra Tech, the council's consultants, that was, you say, had recommended enhanced glazing.
Yes. And then during this report, we've now got the glazing that wraps around on Block A.
Okay. Okay, and what does that indicate to you in terms of Sol Acoustics evolving
I think this
position?
is the first time that Sol Acoustics, even not really knowing the noise levels from this, I think this is the first time Sol Acoustics started to consider the noise from the Gurdwara as an issue.
Okay. By this stage, in June 2022, had Sol Acoustics carried out any assessments of external activities involving the Nagara at the Gurdwara?
Not that's in any of their documentation.
Okay. Thank you. Now, turning then to noise measurements of the Nagara, you explain in your proof, page 17, paragraph 2.22, that you've undertaken two measurements of the Nagara, one with an empty ceremonial ground and one when the Nagara was being used in the courtyard as part of the Gatka demonstration.
Hang on.
Yeah, it's your page 17, paragraph 2.22.
Yep.
Yep. So you've done two measurements, one with an empty courtyard, one with an empty ceremonial area, one in the courtyard when the Gatka demonstration was being undertaken. Why have you carried out two measurements in that way?
So the first thing I wanted to do, because of the concerns raised by Sol Acoustics and Tetra Tech, is I wanted to understand almost the worst case of the Nagara. So the Nagara on its own with someone playing it. So I took a measurement, I placed it in the ceremonial ground, I stood 5 meters from it, and I got the person to play the Nagara quite hard. So what I wanted to know is how noisy can this drum be? Because I'd never actually heard one. However, I didn't think that was appropriate to use in an assessment. So then I came back when the Gakga demonstrations were being done in the courtyard, and I was 18 meters from it, and I redid my measurements over a longer period during the Gakga demonstration.
Okay. Now, you set out the results of your measurements on page 23 of your proof. So it's the table on the top of page 23. Okay, so we see there that there's the table. The first reference is the clear acoustic design measurement carried out on
Yep.
behalf of the Gurdwara previously. The third measurement, we see that one was at 5 meters away. So that's the one that you've described when you carried it out in the ceremonial area with nobody. Yeah. Okay. And the third measurement then is the Gakga demonstration.
Correct.
Okay. And the sound power levels then are 120 from the clear acoustics, 116 and 115. So which of those have you used, please, in your measurements?
So I've used the one that the last one when the Gakga demonstration in the courtyard.
Okay. Okay. And fine. The measurement from clear acoustics, 120, that's higher than your measured levels. Do you have any understanding of why that may be the case?
I now understand that it was the larger drum that they made the measurement. So larger drum, noisier.
Which larger drum are you talking about?
So they hire a larger Nagara drum, which I think they use once a year for the ceremony where they take the drum round the community.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, in his rebuttal proof, Mr. Leach says that the corrections that you've made here in this table, because you start with the sound pressure level and then you make various corrections, don't you, in the table, and then you get to a sound power.
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand Mr. Leach's evidence, he says that the corrections you've made are incorrect.
That's right. My corrections are correct.
Okay, well, he says they're incorrect.
Sorry.
And he says that your sound power level from the 25th of June, that's your last one, should actually be 118 rather than 115. What do you say about that?
So the one I did on that one, so what we have to do is we're measuring the noise level at a distance, and then we're applying some corrections to get back to the sound power level. Now, in an ideal acoustic world, I'd have the drum up in the air, and I'd have my measurement up in the air so that I don't have any reflective surfaces. So I made 2 corrections to the noise level. So I made one correction under A. So in my table, if you look at, so it's got AGR, so that stands for ground. So I made a correction of +3 for the ground.
For the reflection off the ground.
So the reflection of the ground, because some of the noise is being reflected from the source back up off the ground. And then I also made a correction under the first one, which is DC, because the drum, there was a big wall behind the drum. So the noise that would have traveled away from the drum is being reflected by the size of the wall. And what's important about that is the size of the wall. So this standard 9613 in part 2 is very specific about when you should apply reflections, and it's to do with the size of the source. So if I have something that's making a noise and I have a large reflective surface, I should include it. But if I have a source with a very small reflective surface, I shouldn't include it. So I think my results are right.
Okay, understood. Now, how does your sound power level of 115 that you've used in yours compare to that used by Mr. Leach in his assessment?
Um,
Well, what is his?
so his is 106.
Okay. And in the statement of common ground, not today's one, the previous one, you don't need to turn it up.
Okay.
Okay. In the statement of common ground, the noise statement of common ground, it's agreed between you and Mr. Leach that the sound power level from the Nagara can vary between 106 and 118, and 115 decibels.
That's
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
Okay. That being agreed, what's your position as to what would be the appropriate sound power level to use when carrying out an assessment?
There's kind of two things here.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was based on, we both made measurements of the GATCA when it was actually being used in a ceremony, which I think is really important.
Sorry, is it right that Mr. Leach carried out measurement of the GATCA?
Sorry.
Of the Nagara.
Sorry.
The Nagara.
The drum.
The drum, yeah.
So when Mr. Leach undertook his measurement, the drum was on the balcony. And the only reason it was on the balcony, as I understand, is because of the weather condition. So the drum has a camel skin and it's very susceptible to getting wet. So if it gets wet or it has a high humidity, it becomes softer and it's really difficult to get. So they can't get the drum wet and these are expensive. So they put it on the balcony. So I'm of the opinion that when it was on the balcony, due to the humidity, I think that would have accounted for some of the difference. And also because the drum was, and I stood on the balcony, I think the drum was on the balcony and the player would have been inside. Looking from there to where Mr. Leach took his measurements, I think we're going from a little bit of inside to outside. So there's an acoustic correction when you go from inside sound to outside sound, which is usually 6 decibels. So long story short, I think there's some corrections that I can explain why his measurements are different to mine.
Okay, understood. Given that is agreed in the statement of common ground that it can produce a sound power level between 106 and 115, what do you say would be the appropriate thing to use in an assessment when you're considering impacts on Block A?
The correct level would be the 115 because I think it's going to be the worst case, the reasonable worst case of that drum being played.
Okay. Okay, now I wonder if, let me just see if I just wanted to have a look at some external noise levels at the facade of Block A, please. And I think it's probably best to look at the tables in the update to the Statement of Common Ground that we handed out this morning. Okay, so I wonder if you could just, I think it's table 2, isn't it, on page 2?
Yes.
Okay, so I wonder if you could please just talk us through what you say the noise levels are at the facade of Block A when the Nagara is in the courtyard, the ceremonial area and the balcony.
So this map is derived from an agreed noise map, which does all the calculations.
And that's the one that was those are the figures appended to the original noise
Yes.
Statement of Common Ground. Yeah.
So I think with my sound power level of 115, with the Nagara in the right-hand side of the courtyard where I witness it being played, I think the level at the balcony or the facade of Block A will be 67.
Yeah. And the others?
When we move the Nagara to the car park and it becomes closer, I think it will be 82.
Mm-hmm.
And if we put the Nagara on the balcony, I think it will be 80.
Okay, and then below that we see Mr. Leach's position when using his sound power level of 106.
Yep.
Okay, are there any differences in this table other than the sound power level that you've each begun with?
No, it's only the sound power level that's different.
Okay, thank you. Okay, internal noise levels then. So sticking with this Statement of Common Ground, below the table we were just looking at, still on page 2, there are 2 different construction types. Okay.
Yep.
One is construction type 1, and it's the one adopted by Mr. Leach, and one is construction type 2, and that's the one you assumed in your rebuttal.
Correct.
Okay. Yours, we can see Mr. Leach proposes a glazing which achieves a reduction of 36 decibels,
Correct.
and you assume a glazing that achieves a reduction of 44 decibels.
Correct.
Okay. Other than that, is it right to say that the walls and ventilation breakout are agreed?
Yes. Since our discussions last night, I now understand the makeup of the wall, which wasn't in Mr. Leach's original proof, and I now also understand through a misunderstanding about the MVHR that he had considered that. So that the reason I came to that is that in his proof of evidence at the back, hang on.
In the figures,
in the
his proof of
figures,
evidence.
so core document 1431.
I think the inspector might have the proof separately.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just the right at the back, page 62.
So is this figure H7?
Yes. So this is the misunderstanding I had was, so this lays out down the lines. It has the noise level at the top, and it lays out the contribution for the various elements. So it has the ventilation, the glazing, and the other parts. And because of the way Mr. Leach had constructed his spreadsheet, there were no figures in the ventilation. So I'd assumed that he hadn't considered it. But after discussions, he has considered it, and that was hence the difference. So the only difference, going back to our new core document, is just the glazing.
Just the glazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it that you've assumed a higher specification glazing than Mr. Leach?
So when I was producing my rebuttal, we hadn't agreed the statement of common ground for noise. So I went on my original prediction, which in my original proof I said was a simplified prediction. And so I ended up with more energy in the lower frequencies. So when I wrote my rebuttal, I was working on that noise level at the facade. Hence, I needed a bigger specification glazing to get to the dealing with the noise from the courtyard.
Right. Okay. Do you understand, or what do you understand the appellant actually to be proposing?
So I understand the appellant is proposing construction 1.
Construction 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stick with construction 1 then. Can I just clarify one point? So in your
So can I just be clear? Construction 2 is no longer proposed.
construction 2, as I understand, so was Mr. Scrivener was assuming a higher specification, which the appellant is not actually proposing. So unless the appellant does propose that one at some point, that needn't be considered.
Right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Just to be
Okay.
clear, just to be clear, the specification of glazing is a matter controlled by condition. So the assessment Mr. Leach has done is based on the construction method 1, but of course the council can require a higher spec of glazing in the ultimate construction through the control of conditions, as is normal in the case of buildings. So in terms of what's being proposed, we've identified, and you'll hear more about that, why the construction method is proposed to deal with the noise. But if the council required a greater acoustic performance within any of these rooms, then they have the ability to control it under the condition.
Right. So construction 1 is the appellant's case because that's all that's considered necessary by the appellant. But there is a further alternative.
If the conclusion were more were required by way of acoustic performance, then it can be achieved through construction method 2,
Yes.
or indeed an uplift beyond construction method 2.
Thank you. Sorry for that interruption.
That's fine. Mr. Scrivener, did you have any comment you wanted to make on that?
Yeah, just to be clear why I put it in, I understood that the glazing could be dealt with by condition. I just wanted to make sure that on the original noise levels I used, I wanted to make sure that there was available mitigation to deal with this. And so, because I had higher noise levels, I came to the conclusion that the higher specification, there was something commercially available
Understood.
that if they needed to, they could have done.
Okay, understood. Now, there are various, obviously there have been developments since proofs and rebuttals were written. If I look at your rebuttal proof, for example, page 12. Yes, sir, of course. Bear with me. That is core document 14.19. And it's page and PDF page 12. Okay, so for example, and can you also have out the noise statement of common ground addendum? So for example, Mr. Scrivener, in your rebuttal table here on page 12, you have in the third column, a free field sound, no, in the fourth column, sorry, second row, free field sound pressure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you have, this is when the Nagara is played in the courtyard, and you have free field sound pressure of 71. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, but when I look at the statement of common ground, table 2, we see that when the Nagara is played in the courtyard, you apply a sound pressure level of 67 rather than 71. Can you explain? And there are various other similar gremlins.
So when I did my calculation, I did a very simple calculation, which I laid out in my proof.
Yeah.
The problem is when you're trying to predict these noise levels, all three consultancies use a piece of software called CADNA that allows you to put in different parameters and calculate it in a different way. So the differences have arisen because, and that's why we came up with the first statement of common ground, is we've agreed these different calculation methodologies.
I see. So if I look, for example, at Mr. Leach's figure H7, that's on page 62 of his proof. Mr. Leach. So page 62, if I look at his figure H7, for example, this is his Nagara on the balcony. And I can see that he's got the Gurdwara event noise level in the first row of the main table there as 73. Do you see that?
No.
Page 62, Mr. Leach's proof. Is that Mr. Leach's proof in there?
I'm getting there. Hang on. What is that?
Do you have Mr. Leach's proof separately?
No. Hang on. Yeah. I'm there. Sorry.
Thank you. So page 62.
Page 62.
Yes, it's the same table that we looked at a while ago.
Sorry, I closed it.
Page
That's okay.
62 of Mr. Leach's
Yeah.
proof.
Okay, so for example, you see the main table there in the first row, he's got the Gurdwara event noise level of 73. Do you see that?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, this is when his measurement on the balcony. And yet when we look at table 2 in the statement of common ground, do you have that
Yeah.
table 2 statement? He's got it as 71 when it's on the balcony.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so is that a similar explanation to that you propose something is to do with the agreed methodology that's now
Yes,
been
so
applied?
Mr. Leach's original calculation would have had less error because it was almost a direct line of sight. mine was coming around the corner of the building, and depending how you set it up. So that's why I've got a bigger error compared to Mr. Leach's error.
I see, but this is something. Is this something that has arisen from both of you now applying an agreed methodology?
Yeah, I was always very aware that in trying to agree, because what I didn't want to do is be arguing about how we're calculating the noise levels on the facade of Block A. So I always knew that when we agreed a calculation methodology in Mr. Leach's noise map, which we went back and forward to agree how it was set up, my noise levels would always be slightly different.
Okay.
I can cover this in cross-examination, but I'm just trying to keep matters simple. That you've been taken to the wrong table. You've been taken to page 62, which is a 5-minute interval of 73. You're not comparing like with like, Mr. Fur.
Okay.
The Mr. Leach's figures haven't changed.
Okay.
Mr. Scrivener's have, because he had a different, as he described it, he's described it simple. Don't use that pejoratively, but he had a simple method of calculation, whereas his words, he's now accepted the model, the Cadner model, which is agreed in the Statement of Common Ground with the different figures. But Mr. Leach's figures haven't changed. And if you could look at page 60 of the same proof.
Look at page 60.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So 71 there.
71.
Okay. Okay.
Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. So, Mr. Scrivener, in terms of the Statement of Common Ground process, why is it, are you able to assist us on why is it your figures have changed from what they were in your rebuttal table to what they are on the Statement of Common Ground, and why you thought it would be appropriate to agree these figures in the Statement of Common Ground?
I think the key issue in terms of noise is the external noise on the balcony and how far it exceeds the background noise level, and whether we can use 4142 to assess the noise on the balcony. And the minor change in my predicted levels doesn't change that assumption.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's then look, please, at the internal levels, which are over on page 3 and table 4 of this updated Statement of Common Ground. And can you just talk us through, please, your position of internal levels on the basis of your sound power level in construction type 1 and 2?
So in the third column, in the way I think it should be assessed, I think when the Nagara is in the courtroom, courtyard, the internal levels will be acceptable. It's only when it's in the ceremonial ground or the balcony that the internal levels won't be acceptable.
Okay, and is that based on construction method 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you've explained the positions as to internal and external noise levels. How often do you understand the Nagara to be used in the Gurdwara's external levels, and for how long?
So in the courtyard, in terms of the Gatka demonstration, I understand it to be once a month and for about an hour. And for in the ceremonial ground, there's some discussion, but I think it's about an hour.
How often?
3 times a year. Twice when they're raising and lowering the flag and rewrapping it, and once when they take the drum around the community.
Thank you. Now, as to the acceptability of the noise levels that you've identified, is there a specific British standard which applies particularly to noise from drums?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, there are various standards and thresholds before the inquiry. They include BS 8233, 4142, NANAR 92, and the WHO guidelines on community noise, amongst others. Now, Mr. Leach says that the appropriate standard to use is BS 8233, and we have that at core document 12.7. Can I ask you please to turn within that? Do you have it in hard copy?
Yes.
Okay, so bear with me. I'll give you the page number. It's PDF page 30, and I think it's page 24. It should be specific types of building. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is dwelling houses, flats and rooms in residential use. And we see that it explains this subclause applies to external noise as it affects the internal acoustic environment from noises without a specific character, previously termed anonymous noise. Occupants are usually more tolerant of noise without a specific character than, for example, that from neighbours, which can trigger complex emotional reactions. For simplicity, only noise without character is considered in table 4. And then there's a note below which says, hang on, let me find where the note is. It says, noise has a specific character if it contains features such as distinguishable, discrete, and continuous tone is irregular enough to attract attention. Can you find that? Because I actually can't see it now. Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Sorry, I was looking beneath the table, but it's above the table at the end of 7.7.1. Do you see that italicized text?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so noise has specific character if it contains features such as distinguishable, discrete, and continuous tone, is irregular enough to attract attention, or has strong low frequency content, in which case lower noise limits might be appropriate. Okay. What is meant, please, by anonymous noise?
So I think anonymous noise is talking about noise that is continuous. If we go back, I think it's continuous traffic noise. So if you're next to a continuous road, continuous rail noise, or aircraft noise.
Okay. And we see at 7.7.2 of this British standard, in general, for steady external noise sources, it's desirable that the internal ambient noise doesn't exceed the guideline values. And then they're set out below in terms of 16-hour periods. Okay. How does the BS 8233 standard work in summary form?
So the standard works by you measure your external noise levels and then you calculate your internal noise levels from the measurements you've made outside to meet those criteria internally. And there's also an external criteria, but your measurements are based on a 16-hour in the day, 8-hour at night.
Okay. Now, what is your view as to whether the noise from the Gurdwara events falls within that description of steady anonymous noise source without a specific character?
I don't think it is a steady anonymous noise source.
Okay.
Are you referring to the Nagara specifically?
Just the
Yes.
just specifically the Nagara.
Okay. To what extent do you say that the standards in BS 8233 are applicable to noise that has intermittent nature or characteristics that attract attention?
I don't think there's anywhere in the standard where you can apply a correction for that type of noise that has character, distinction, anything like that.
Okay. Okay, now, as I understand Mr. Leach's assessment, he says that on the occasion he measured the Nagara on the 18th of April of this year, it was played for approximately 40 minutes. And during that time, it increased the ambient noise level to 71. That's in his proof at paragraph 5.12. Do you see that?
Sorry, what section?
Yeah, it's page 31. Are you in Mr. Leach's proof of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, page 31. Do you see there's a subheading 14th of April 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and then paragraph 5.12, he says, lasted approximately 40 minutes, singing, chanting, musical instruments, including drums, horns, bells, cymbals, temporarily increased the ambient noise levels to 71 decibels for that 40-minute period.
Yes.
Okay. What does he then do to that figure that he's measured for those 40 minutes under his assessment in BS 8233?
So he takes the 40-minute measurement and he corrects it for the equivalent energy as a continuous level over 16 hours.
Okay, and in your statement of common ground, that today's one, on page 1, you set out the correction that's applied at various, if a noise is happening for a second, 5 minutes, 40 minutes, etc. So he's taken 40 minutes and corrected it to 16 hours. So what does that mean in mathematical terms?
So the table, we've got a duration of the event. So we take the 40-minute event, it's operating for 4% of the time. So we take off, to convert a 40-minute event to a 16-hour, we take off 14.
14 decibels. Okay. So what do you say is the effect of Mr. Leach's approach in terms of averaging out the noise over the 16-hour period?
I don't agree with this averaging out, because if you were in the residence for 16 hours, you'd be exposed to a higher level for 40 minutes and then a lower level for the remainder of the time with no noise. I think you would, if you used a analogy, I think if you took the analogy to its extreme, if you stood inside the living room and you fired a gun, a military gun, you'd get a level of about 140 as a peak. It'd be very noisy. If you average that out over 1 second, the 1 second level would be about 80. If you applied that correction, so we get 80, if we take off the 48, it would comply with the criteria.
The internal noise criteria of 35.
The only reason I've been that demonstrates that shorter events, and everyone knows that firing a gun, that would definitely be unacceptable in an internal living room.
Not, I mean, for noise reasons as
And
well as
slightly
many
illegal
others,
as
but I
well.
think you're focusing on noise reasons at the moment. Okay. Right, still on BS 8233, please, section 7.7.3.2, which is PDF page 31, page 25, I think it is.
Yes.
Do you have that? Okay. So 7.7.3.2, design criteria for external noise. So this tells us that for traditional external areas that are used for amenity space, such as gardens and patios, it's desirable that the external noise level doesn't exceed 50 dB LAQT, with an upper guideline of 55, which would be acceptable in noisier environments. However, it's also recognised guideline values are not achievable in all circumstances where development might be desirable. In higher noise areas such as city centres or urban areas adjoining strategic transport network, a compromise between elevated noise and other factors, such as convenience, making efficient use of land, might be warranted. In such a situation, a development should be designed to achieve the lowest practical levels in these external amenity spaces, but should not be prohibited. Okay. In your view, please, first of all, is the appropriate threshold, given the context here, 50 or 55? It says 55 would be acceptable in noisier environments.
So I think the criteria here, because we're next to a strategic road, I would think it would be 55.
Okay, thank you. Now, if that upper guideline can't be met, the standard says it must be shown that development has been designed to achieve the lowest practicable levels in external amenity spaces.
Correct.
Okay. What, in your view, would a developer have to do to demonstrate that the development has been designed to achieve lowest practicable levels?
I think you'd have to follow the design hierarchy. So you'd have to look at, can he separate? Can he use other buildings to get rid of the noise? Can he move the building back away from the boundary? And I think that's, for me, the most important thing, is that we could move the building back to reduce the noise levels.
Okay. Now, then over the page, carrying on with this point, it says, other locations such as balconies, roofed gardens and terraces are also important in residential buildings where normal external amenity space might be limited or not available, i.e. flats, apartment blocks. In these locations, specification of noise limits is not necessarily appropriate. Small balconies may be used for uses such as drying, washing or growing pot plants, and noise limits should not be necessary for these uses. However, the general guidance on noise in amenity space is still appropriate for larger balconies, roof gardens and terraces, which might be intended to be used for relaxation. In high noise areas, consideration should be given to protecting these areas by screening or building design to achieve lowest practical levels. Achieving 55 or less might not be possible on the outer edge of these areas, but should be achievable in some areas of the space. Mr. Leach has explained his view that the balconies on the western facade of Building A are small balconies to which the noise limits shouldn't apply. Firstly, please, what do you understand the dimensions of the balconies to be on that western facade?
I understand them to be the minimum spec of 1.5 metres deep, and I understand, I think, I might be wrong, for a 1 or 2 bedroomed apartment, with it will be 5 or 6 square meters.
Okay, so 5 or 6 square meters, yeah, for the 1 to 2 bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay, and for the others?
I don't know.
Okay, fine. What is your view, please, then? Sorry, can I just confirm, is that the smallest of the balconies, the
Yes,
5 to
I think
6
so,
square
yes.
meters? Yeah. Okay. What's your view, please, given those dimensions, about whether these are small balconies of a type that will just be used for hanging, washing or putting out potted plants, or larger balconies intended to be used for relaxation?
I don't really understand this point, because I'm kind of sitting at a desk that's 1.5 meters. So I could get my desk on the balcony, and if I was sitting with you, I think 5 meters. We could.
Well, it's 5 meters squared,
5,
isn't it,
so
rather than in length?
So it's about 3.5. So I think we could get 2 desks. So I think you would use it as amenity space.
Okay.
I think that small balcony thing comes, you often get balconies, what you used to, that were just narrow places where you could store a bike or some washing, and you couldn't get a small table and chairs.
Okay, thank you. If they are larger balconies, how does the noise level on those balconies perform against that higher guideline figure of 55 decibels that you said was appropriate, given it's a noisier area?
It doesn't comply with that when the Nagara is in the courtyard or the ceremonial area or on the balcony.
Okay, and that's table 2 of the Statement of Common Ground, is it?
Yes.
Okay. What standards, if any, does Mr. Leach consider applicable to the balconies of Block A?
So Mr. Leach proposed the WHO document.
For the balconies of Block A, does
Yes.
he? Okay, and what does the WHO document
Oh
say?
no, sorry. So for the balconies, Mr. Leach takes the opinion that because the noise, it's a noisy area, we shouldn't do any criteria on the balconies. So in his proof of evidence, I think it just says no criteria.
Okay. What do you say about the appropriateness of that approach?
I don't think that's what you're meant to do. If you've got a noisy area, I think you're meant to try and minimize those noise levels. So if you are over the 55, you have to take all reasonable steps to minimize those noise levels.
Okay, and what about the frequency of these events? Because you've just made the point that the 55 will be exceeded if the Nagara is played in the courtyard, the balcony, or the ceremonial area. So part of Mr. Leach's evidence, as I understand this, well, these are occasional events, people tolerate those. So what do you have to say about that?
So when the Nagara is played in the courtyard, I understand currently that is once a month. But in terms of the agent of change principle that was in the local policy.
Just before you turn to that, sorry, can I just interrupt? In your opinion, if it is played once a month, Is that sufficiently occasional that nobody need worry about it?
No, I don't think you should. If it's once a month, I don't think you should avoid it.
Okay. Okay, and then, sorry, you wanted to say something about the agent of change.
So I think the agent of change talks about the viability, but the continued growth. So the once a month use in the courtyard, I think we do have to consider that might become more than once a month.
Okay, understood. Now, you referred a moment ago to the WHO guidance for community noise. We have that document at core document 12.2. Can you assist us with what that has to say about noise in external areas?
So it's in the external areas, it talks about
Where, sorry?
Sorry. Hang on. So on table 4.1 on page 47.
Okay, bear with me. Page 47, PDF 67. Okay, so what's the WHO guidance?
So it says for outdoor living area, where there's a serious annoyance or daytime or evening, the level should be 55.
Okay. Just while we have this document open, can I just ask you to look at the executive summary, which is on PDF page 8 and hard copy Roman numeral 7. Do you see that there's a subheading there, noise sources and measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I think it's over the page actually on page 9, the final paragraph there. It says, where there are no clear reasons for using other measures, it's recommended that LAEQT be used to evaluate more or less continuous environmental noises. Where the noise is principally comprised of a smaller number of discrete events, the additional use of LA max or SEL is recommended. What comment, if any, do you have on the noise from the Nagara and how that should be considered in light of the WHO?
Mr. Fur, could you just give me the reference again, please?
Of course, so it's PDF pages 8, the section starts, and it's page 9 I'm looking at, and it's the final paragraph above the subheading adverse health effects of noise. It's on PDF page 9. It's on Roman numeral page, pages 7 and 8, the executive summary. Is that not coming up, sir? I wonder if I might be looking at a different version.
I've got section 3, adverse health effects of noise.
It's the paragraph above that.
Above that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. So just any comment on this WHO guidance on a small number of discrete events and the noise that they produce?
So it suggests that rather than using the level of 55, we should start looking at the Lmax level or some other metrics.
Okay. Okay. Right. Can I ask you, still with external noise, please, to turn up the Pro PG document CD 12.8?
It's at the bottom.
That's okay. Let me know when you get there.
Sorry, what section?
Well, I was going to ask you about that, Mr. Scrivener. I was going to ask you, is there anything in this document that assists with the approach to noise levels in external areas?
Yes, there it is. Hang on. So at page 16, section 2.46.
I think the PDF's the same as hard copy here. So, yeah, paragraph 2.46.
So noise levels should ideally not be above the range 50 to 55 dB.
Okay. So this is a reference to BS 8233. So it says that, and then it says, the standard continues, these guideline values may not be achievable in all circumstances where development might be desirable. In such a situation, development should be designed to achieve lowest practical noise levels in external amenity spaces, but shouldn't be prohibited. So we've seen that already in BS 8233. Yep.
Yep.
So then there's a reference at 2.47 to the PPG on noise. If external amenity spaces are an intrinsic part of the overall design, the acoustic environment of these spaces should be considered so that they can be enjoyed as intended.
Yes.
What's your understanding as to whether the balconies are in Block A are an intrinsic part of the overall design?
So the balconies are, I think, because they're of a decent size, should be used by the residents, and therefore I think the noise levels should be considered.
Okay, so what this document is doing is it's explaining what the BS 8233 says, it's explaining what the PPG on noise says, and then if we go over the page to 2.48, we see it's notable that both documents require a decision to be made regarding whether or not an external amenity area is intrinsic to the required design for acoustic or other reasons. However, the advice in the British Standard is that resulting noise levels outside are never a reason for refusal, as long as designed to be as low as practicable. Whereas to comply with policy guidance, any amenity space must have an acoustic environment so that it can be enjoyed as intended. So we see ProPG is identifying a slight tension between the British Standard and the PPG on noise. And then it talks about developers discussing things with local planning authorities. And then 250, therefore, the ProPG external amenity noise assessment reflects and extends advice contained in the British Standard and the current government guidance in PPG on noise, as detailed in the element 3 box below. And the element 3 box is then on the other side. Okay, so what parts of this element 3 box in ProPG do you draw the inspector's attention to in the early parts of it?
So part 3.I,
Yeah.
they should be enjoyed as intended.
Yep.
Part 2, the acoustic environment we should always try and ideally aim for 50 to 55. And I think the important part is part 3, which says we're always trying to achieve the lowest value. And then on, we obviously...
Yep. Okay. Sorry. So then we've got 4, whether or not external amenity space are an intrinsic part of the design, consideration of the need to provide access to a quiet or relatively quiet external amenity space forms part of good acoustic design. And then on 5, we've got this section that says, if, despite following a good acoustic design process, significant adverse noise impacts remain on the external amenity areas, they might be offset by certain things, which we'll run through in a moment. The first point here, it says where, despite following a good acoustic design process. What's your view in summary on that part of the...
In terms of the balconies, I don't think we've got a good design process because we've ended up with balconies very close to the boundary of the Gurdwara.
Okay. So then it says that if the noise levels are high on the balconies, that might be partially offset by a number of things. And I just want to run through those with you, please, if I could. So one is a relatively quiet facade containing openable windows to habitable rooms, or a relatively quiet externally ventilated space, such as an enclosed balcony, as part of their dwelling. To what extent would the residents of Block A have either of those things?
So Block A, I think about 18 of them are single aspect, so they wouldn't have access to another quieter facade. They wouldn't have access to a dedicated amenity space just for them.
Okay, so the next option to partially offset is a relatively quiet alternative or additional external amenity space for sole use by a household. So is that the point that you were just covering?
Yes.
Okay, so they wouldn't have that. It was the point that you just made. I just want to run through them in turn so I can make sure I have a clear note rather than you going through them.
Mm.
Okay, so that's the second one. You say they wouldn't have access to that. Okay, the third one then is a relatively quiet, protected, nearby external amenity space for sole use by a limited group of residents as part of the amenity of their dwellings. Can I ask you to pause there for a moment, and could you take up Mr. Leach's proof of evidence, page 66 and 67? Okay, so figure I1 is showing the predicted road traffic noise levels in the proposed residential external amenity areas. So this is just road traffic noise.
Correct.
Okay, so what does that show about the levels in the southern courtyard, so that amenity space?
That's showing that we've got some good levels in there that are
Okay,
below the 50.
Point you were making earlier
Yeah.
about, okay. And then over the page, we've got the ambient noise levels in the external amenity areas during Gurdwara events. What does that show us about the southern courtyard?
So that southern courtyard is showing levels for about half of it over 55, and it's
Okay.
only it's a small proportion that is then below 50.
Okay.
I would say about 40%.
Okay. I1 and I2. Okay, so so returning to this partially offset point, so high noise levels on balconies, if I can put it like that, can be partially offset if residents have access to a relatively quiet, protected, nearby external amenity area. So pausing there, to what extent would residents have access to that when the Nagara is being played?
I don't think they would.
Okay. And then it says for the sole use by a limited group of residents as part of the amenity of their dwellings. And what's your understanding of whether that is satisfied?
My understanding, having read some of the evidence, is that that area is for all the residents of those blocks.
Okay. Have you seen other schemes where some residents have access to different parts or different private amenity space that other residents in the blocks?
So when we've done this on other schemes, I've seen amenity space that is associated with an entrance to a block, and they design it so you have small gardens for each block.
I see, understood. Okay, and the final partially offsetting point is where they have access to a relatively quiet, protected, publicly accessible external amenity space, e.g. a public park, that is nearby, and it says e.g. within a 5-minute walking distance. Mr. Tickle, in his appendix ST5, I don't know if you have that. It sets out the distances to the nearest public parks. I'll just hand it up to you. It's unmarked. Okay, and I think the nearest is Inwood Park. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and how far away is that shown on Mr. Tickle's map?
800 meters.
And walking distance?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So to what extent then would residents of Block A have access to a relatively quiet, protected, publicly accessible external amenity space nearby, e.g. within a 5-minute walk?
I don't think they would.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. I'd like to turn please to British Standard 4142.
Mr. Phil, we're well over the 1 hour estimate that you gave now. How long do you think you have left?
10 minutes, sir.
Right.
Okay. Now, you have explained why you don't think the averaging and the steady continuous noise source in 8233 is an appropriate standard. Can you explain then why you think 4142 is an appropriate standard?
So I think 4142 is a very good standard for determining how people will respond to noise in comparing it to the background. So I think it's a very good standard. The bit that is tricky, I think, is the assessment level where it talks about +10 over the background level being a significant adverse impact. Because the noise is monthly, from the courtyard, I have used the methodology of 4142, but the assessment higher than that.
The criteria at which you think there's a significant effect you've used higher than the
Yes.
10 dB. Okay. Can you just briefly outline the principal differences between 4142 and 8233?
So 8233 uses a continuous 16-hour level. It was always really designed to deal with road, rail, and air traffic.
Mm-hmm.
4142 originally was designed to deal with industrial noise.
Right. So what does it use instead of the 16-hour?
So 4142 uses a 1 hour during the day and a 15-minute at night,
Okay.
and it allows you to correct the noise level that you've measured for certain characteristics.
Okay. Okay. Is there agreement between the noise witnesses that the noise from the Nagara is of a type that warrants the penalties that 4142 allows for?
I think we all agree that the noise from the Nagara is definitely impulsive.
So is that okay? So that's one of the penalties in 4142,
That's
is
one
it?
of the penalties in 4142.
Yeah.
I think the disagreement.
I just want to understand principle. We'll come to the figures at the moment. Do all the noise experts agree that penalties of the type in 4142 should be applied to the Nagara?
Yes.
Thank you. What penalties does Mr. Leach apply for impulsivity?
He applies a +6.
+6. And for impulsivity?
For intermittency, it's a +3, and for impulsivity, it's a +6.
Yeah. So +6 for impulsivity and +3 for intermittency. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your view, please, as to the appropriate penalties?
I think we should, for impulsivity, I think it's going to be highly perceptive, and therefore we should apply a +9. So overall, I think +12, and Mr. Leach thinks +9.
Okay. What he says, I think clearly perceptible, and you say highly perceptible.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you say it's highly rather than clearly perceptible?
When the aircraft aren't directly overflying the site, I don't think you can come to any other conclusion because
Okay.
it's a drum.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Leach says this standard isn't intended to apply to the rating and assessment of noise from a number of sources, including noise and entertainment. Can I just ask you, please, to look at the NANAR 92 document, core document 12.4?
Yep.
Let me know when you're there. It's PDF page 12 and hard copy 11. So 2.2.1.1 says, before noise from pubs and clubs was addressed in specific regulation, there are, of course, various regulations aimed at controlling other kinds of noise. One important precursor is 4142, attempted to provide an objective rating method for noise in such a way that the rating will correlate to the likelihood of complaints. It explicitly excludes predictions of annoyance and is specified only for industrial noise affecting resi buildings. However, it became widely used outside its specification because it provided a simple metric in an area perceived to be complex, predicting subjective reaction to noise. And then final sentence, noise from pubs and clubs has been widely assessed using BS 4142 prior to the attempt to introduce specialist ratings. Okay, to what extent does that accord with your own experience of 4142 being applied outside its specification for industrial and commercial noise?
I think it can be, when it's carefully used, I think it can be used for a variety of assessments.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you to take up the statement of common ground, please, again, and just to look at the 4142 table. Which is table 5. Okay, so here we've got yours and Mr. Leach's assessments. Now we can see that on the on-time correction, you've got 0 decibels and Mr. Leach has got -2. Why is that?
Because Mr. Leach measured it the event he measured was over 40 minutes.
So what's he done?
He's corrected, the standard says you should correct it for a 1 hour reference time period. So he's
Okay.
taken 2 off to count for the fact that it's not operating for the whole hour.
Understood. I understand it to be agreed in the Statement of Common Ground that the demonstrations in the GATCA take place for up to an hour.
Yes.
Okay, that being the case, to what extent do you think it's appropriate to apply a 2 decibel reduction?
I don't think you should apply that reduction.
Thank you. Then we've got the rating penalty, which you've explained. Car park, -2, balcony, -2. Okay, Mr. Scrivener, to what extent do you understand the drum to be played for up to an hour in the ceremonial area as well as the courtyard?
That was my understanding. It was played for an hour.
Okay, and if it is played for an hour in the ceremonial area, what do you consider about the correction of -2 dB?
You shouldn't take it off.
Thank you. Then we've got your rating penalties of 12 and 9. And we've got the agreed background sound level of 49 decibels. So can you just talk us quickly through the exceedances over that background level?
So I think in the courtyard, we're exceeding the background by 30. And then when it's in the car park and the balcony, it's over 40.
Okay, thank you. And even on Mr. Leach's assessment, it's between 19 and 30.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, on page 50 of your proof, please, you reproduce a previous assessment. Against BS 4142, carried out by Sol Acoustics. What did they say the exceedance over background noise level was at that stage?
18.
18. Okay. Thank you. Now, then we have Mr. Leach's table 2 appended to his proof of evidence. That's the only appendix to his proof of evidence. Do you have that?
No.
It's Mr. Leach's, remember Mr. Leach's proof, and he had this appendix that looked like this.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Can you turn to page 7 of that?
Yep.
So he originally said the
Mr. Furr, I haven't found that yet.
Oh, sorry, sir. It's Mr. Leach's main proof has a single appendix, and it looks like this. Could be that one, but you have it larger, in larger size. That folded over one. Is that an addendum technical note?
Yes, addendum to acoustic technical report.
Yes, that's the one, sir.
1st of June,
That's
23.
the one. Yeah, it's page 7. Table 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you've told us his original exceedance was 18 decibels over background. Then in his proof of evidence, what did he say the exceedance over background was in this table?
26.
Okay, thank you. And we've seen what his current position is. Now, in just looking at this table, it says initial estimate, and then it says likely to be an indication of significant adverse impact depending on context. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. To what extent, if at all, have you taken account of the context of the site in your assessment?
So I think the context of the site, you need to understand the background noise climate. So I've taken account of the traffic noise, the aircraft coming directly over the site and only being over the site for half the day. In terms of the noise itself, the context of the drum being played in the courtyard once a month and within the ceremonial ground. So I think I've considered the context of the assessment.
Okay, so 4142 says a difference of around plus dB or more is likely to be an indication of a significant adverse impact depending on context. Given the context you've just described, have you applied 10 dB as the threshold for a significant effect?
So it says it's usually for commercial noise, 4142 says plus 10
Yep.
is
Significant.
significant adverse impact.
Yep.
I've applied a criteria of plus 15
Okay.
because of the 12 events a year.
Okay. 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 The NANAR guidance, please. That is core document 12.4. We had it open a moment ago, actually. Sorry. Should have kept it open. Do you have that? 12.4.
Yep.
Noise from pubs and clubs. Mr. Leach discounts it on the basis that it relates to noise from pubs and clubs, which are likely to include recorded music, and he says noise from the Gurdwara is more benign. Now, in your proof of evidence, you express the view that you don't think that the Nagara itself is music. So in that case, why do you say it's appropriate to consider acceptability against these standards?
When I first saw the drum and used as a demonstration, I saw it played on its own. So I drew the conclusion that it wasn't music, and I'd been told it was a war drum. I've since learned that it can be played with other instruments. So I probably now think that it can be considered as music noise.
Right, but even when you didn't consider it was music, you did apply NANAR 92
Correct.
in your proof. Why was that?
Because it wasn't, the only reason I picked that document was because it had the basis of the number of events. So I was very aware that 4142 just shouldn't be applied in a blanket form, and it describes 4 to 12 events.
Well, let's just look at that. So that's page PDF 13 of this document, page 12. So concert days per year per venue. So we've got, if there are 1 to 3 events a year in an urban stadium or arena, the music noise level shouldn't exceed 75 decibels over a 50-minute period. If there are 1 to 3 events per year in other urban and rural venues, the music noise level shouldn't exceed 65. And if there are 4 to 12 events in all venues, the music noise level shouldn't be more than 15 decibels over background.
Correct.
Okay. So which of those standards do you say is applicable given the frequency and location of the Gurdwara's events?
So for the once a month event in the courtyard, I used the plus 15 over background. And for the 1 to 3 events, that seemed to me a good match. And I actually used the upper one of 75.
Why did you use that? Is the Gurdwara site an urban stadium or arena?
No.
So why did you use that one?
I think the 65 level is too low. And so I wanted to, I considered that the 75 was the best one to use.
Okay, having regard to the matters you discussed earlier in the context, etc. Okay, so how would the noise from the Nagara events perform against those standards, please?
I don't think it would comply. So it wouldn't comply with the plus 15 over background.
So that's the 4 to 12 events, the Gatka.
Yeah. And it exceeds the criteria of 75.
For the ceremony in the ceremonial area.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, as to the categorization of significant observed adverse effect level and lowest observed adverse effect level, SOL and LOL, I appreciate that neither the PPG or the noise policy statement for England set numerical limits for when those thresholds will be reached. Mr. Leach has provided an extract on page 10 of his proof. His view is that noise from the Gurdwara events would be present and intrusive. So that's at observed adverse effect level. Okay. The noise policy statement for England, you don't need to turn it up, but so it's core document 9.3, paragraph 2.24, says the second aim of the statement refers to a situation where an impact lies somewhere between LOL and SOL. So to what extent would that apply on Mr. Leach's position of observed adverse effect?
Sorry, say again.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Leach says present and intrusive. Can you see that on where that falls on his table? Yes. Okay. And that's an observed effect level in his table.
Yep.
Okay. The noise policy statement says that where the impact lies between LOL and SOL, all reasonable steps should be taken to mitigate and minimize adverse effects on health and quality of life, while taking into account the guiding principle of sustainable development. This doesn't mean that such effects cannot occur. Okay, to what extent do you say the appellant has complied with that objective, taking all reasonable steps to mitigate and minimise?
I don't think he has complied with it.
Okay. So Mr. Leach says present and intrusive. Sticking with the balcony areas, please, the external noise. What's your view of where the Gurdwara falls on that scale on page 10?
So I think the Nagara in the courtyard and in the ceremonial is present and disruptive.
Why do you say that?
I think it's going to affect the quality of life, and I think it is going to be a material change of behaviour.
Result in a material change?
Yeah.
Okay. In what sort of ways?
I think it will it changes the character of where that balcony is when the Nagara is played.
Okay. Fine. And what's your view as to whether people will wish to use the balcony when the Nagara is being played?
I don't think you'd want to use unless you wanted to watch the ceremony, I don't think you'd want to use your balcony with the Nagara being played.
Okay, thank you. So that's the external. What about the internal noise level? You've confirmed that when it's in the courtyard, that can achieve appropriate noise levels internally. What about when it's in the ceremonial area or the balcony? Where on the scale would you say that
So
falls?
I think for the three events, I think it still falls in the present and disruptive. So I still think it's a significant adverse impact.
Okay. And what is the advice in the PPG when noise levels reach that SOL level?
You should avoid it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your patience, and I apologise for overrunning.
Right, okay, thank you. Take an adjournment at this stage and come back to begin cross-examination. Conscious that we're hearing from Mr. Odedra for the Magnolia Park at 12:45, so we'll cross-examine up until that time, hear from Mr. Odedra and take the lunchtime adjournment, and then continue with cross-examination after lunch. Okay, so we'll adjourn until 5 to 12, please.
Thank you, sir.
Right, okay, thank you, everyone. Let's resume. Is this the final version of the addendum? Yes, thank you. I've got 6 actually, but with opening statements, then the email that was submitted as ID4, and I'd given the first addendum an ID number as well, so that's superseded now. Depends how the appellant is putting it onto the website, but I think 5 has been superseded, but I've given the latest one 6 anyway.
So just to say, we'll be putting things onto the core documents at the end of today.
Yes.
We're just waiting for the opening statement from Rebecca. If you could send yours. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Right, okay, so we're going to deal with cross-examination now by the appellant. So when you're ready, Mr. Strong.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll start. It's sort of midday. I think you want me to stop at 12:45, so please don't hesitate to cut me short at that point if I haven't noticed the time.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And will the council be getting the link set up? Because I think the person's going to be appearing.
Yes, they have the link and we'll be waiting to join at 12:45.
Good, thank you. Right, okay, let's
So,
go then.
yeah, nearly good afternoon, Mr. Scrivener. And I've got a number of questions to ask you. Please do try and answer them directly if you can. If you don't understand the question, please just say, and I'll try and rephrase it or repeat it. And I've been struggling to keep up with the changes in your evidence in light of the latest statement of common ground, but I'll come back to those in a moment. Can I just see if we can clear the decks from what I heard you say at the beginning of your evidence in chief? So the inspector and I both at least know what we need to focus on, or at least I do, and it's up to the inspector obviously to do whatever. But if I got this right, Mr. Scrivener, your concern, the council's concern now relates to the Nagara event, i.e. when the drum is playing out externally.
That's correct. It's just about the drum.
Just about the drum externally, and the events are when it's played in the courtyard, the Gatka, with the Gatka.
Yes.
And those 3 events per year.
Yep.
And for the Gatka and the courtyard, you're satisfied that the internal noise levels of all the flats are acceptable.
Yes.
So it's for that simply the balconies space.
Yeah. So when the Nagara's in the courtyard, all I'm concerned about is the external impact.
Balcony space.
Yeah.
And then for the internal and balcony space, it's simply the 3 events
Correct.
per year.
Yes.
Right. Well, I hope that. So everything else is acceptable.
Yes.
Good. Right. That just gives me something to aim at, Mr. Scrivener. I hope that helps you, sir, in identifying a focus. Now, on that, the way the evidence has changed, Mr. Scrivener, let's just see for a moment. You were instructed on the 18th of May, you tell us, in your proof of evidence,
Correct.
2023, on the 13th of July, and Sid agreed these 2 statements of common ground, which
Correct.
is where we've got to now. I understand you were instructed not to engage with us initially.
No, I don't think I was.
Right. You didn't receive any instructions about that?
No.
You didn't contact us?
The first contact I had was by email.
From Mr. Leach, yes.
From Mr.
You didn't
Leach.
contact us, having
No.
been instructed? No.
No.
And in terms of work that you've done, you've explained what you've done. I think, is it fair to say there are the noise reading of the Nagara drum in the car park, ceremonial area? I don't want to use, I've referred to it as car park because it's laid out there, but ceremonial area, whatever, however, we know the area we're talking about.
Yeah.
That area, and then the measurement of the Nagara drum used with the Gatka ceremony, martial arts,
Correct,
in the
yeah.
courtyard. And you haven't conducted any noise readings or assessments of the use of the Nagara in the car park ceremonial area.
No, there wasn't an event available in the short timescale, and I relied on Mr. Leach's measurement, which I think resulted in a level of 62 at the balconies.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back to what you rely on, but just in terms of your experience, you've never experienced the noise from use of the Nagara in the car park ceremonial area for ceremonial events, have you?
No, so I haven't witnessed one of the 3 events that is taking place in the car park with the Nagara.
Yes. Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry.
Good. Let's just also see if we can agree some basic principles. There's a lot of reference to various documents, Mr. Scrivener, but I don't think any of this is going to be particularly controversial. But if it is, don't hesitate to tell me. One thing that the inspector will see from all of the various standards, whichever you use, so far as the discipline of noise is concerned, accuracy is something to be strived for in relation to noise readings and consequential calculations.
Yes, I think you're always driving to get the calculations as reliable with the lowest uncertainty possible.
Yes, and for that reason, there's guidance on if you're taking a noise reading, for example, you need to know where your microphone is, where your noise source is relative to the microphone.
Exactly.
And you need to know the time period you're measuring.
Correct.
And you would need to know, and certainly you'd want to eliminate the potential for bias. And I can use that in the legal sense. It could be deliberate or it could just be unconscious bias in relation to the noise that's generated.
Yes, I was very aware of that from the start when I'd seen the noise levels from Clear Acoustic Design with the Nagara. So that's why I went and tried to replicate that.
Well, you say that, but there's always going to be a range of evidence available. And the best evidence available is from noise measurements, or one where you know where your microphone is, you know the distance from the noise source.
Correct.
And you know the noise source is not affected by conscious or unconscious bias.
Correct.
Yeah. And you'd also ideally want to have your microphone in the location where you're measuring the noise issue, i.e. in Mr. Leach's case on the appeal site close to the facade.
Not in terms of establishing the noise. So my purpose of doing my measurements, because I was aware that the drum was placed in different positions, I thought it was better to establish, because it's fairly much a very small point source, I thought it was better to measure at a distance, establish the sound power level of the drum, and then from that I can predict all the different. So yes, in an ideal world, I would have got on access to the site and I would have measured the noise at every single balcony.
That's all I was putting you to, Mr. Scrivener. Yeah. In an ideal world, the best evidence is one where you put your microphone where you're seeking to measure the noise, which is what Mr. Leach did in his noise measurements.
Yeah.
Yes. And you've never come to the appellant for the purposes of measuring any of your noise assessments to say, can I put my microphone on the appeal side? Have you? You didn't contact us?
No.
No. But we're established that that's the best evidence is where you've got the most reliable data, unaffected by bias, positioning in the ideal location, and distances between microphone and noise source. Is that right?
Yeah, so the best evidence would be placing it in a position that's representative of Block A, but also knowing exactly what the source is doing, how it's operating.
And the source should be operating as close to normally in the sense that it's not affected by any potential bias.
Correct.
Yeah. That normally means that people not knowing they're being monitored.
To some extent, yes.
Yes, good. And not saying it needs to even be deliberate, Mr. Scrivener, but the basic obvious reason for that is if someone's playing a noise source in preparation for presenting a case at an appeal, obviously there is the clear risk of unconscious bias as to how loud you play the instrument, or it might be any noise source for any noise reading. That's what you try one's best to eliminate.
Yeah, and I think I was very clear in my proof that I made that point, and hence why I made the 2 measurements.
Well, okay, I'm just trying to establish the ground rules and see what the best evidence is available here. We'll come to that in a moment. Can I also just get another point clear? Because I read your evidence, the original proof and rebuttal, and I was surprised for the reason I'm about to explain with what you were stating. I don't know whether or not the inspector will be surprised in the same way, but can't we agree, Mr. Scrivener, that one of the most fundamental things for an acoustician is not to confuse your noise level readings? Do you want I'll be a bit more specific, Mr. Scrivener. It's obviously a fundamental error to compare LEQ time period for 1 hour with an LEQ for 16 hours.
Yes, under certain circumstances, yes.
Well, no, under any
Yeah.
circumstances, not certain circumstances. You wouldn't be comparing like with like if you set your LEQ 1 hour against an LEQ standard of 16 hours.
Correct.
Yeah, that is a basic error.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's one that would be liable to mislead, because someone might think they're looking at LEQ 1 hour and comparing it with a standard for LEQ 16. They'd be misled.
Yeah, in a hypothetical, if I'd measured an LEQ for an hour and not told anyone, and then equated it out to 16 hours, yeah, I'd imagine that would be misleading.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what you did in your proof, isn't it? Do you want to just turn up your proof, please?
Okay.
Paragraph 5.24, please. Leave aside that the figures are now agreed to be wrong, because it's 67 dB for 1 hour. But so you'll have to do, because none of this has been formally corrected in evidence in chief, but we'll come back to that in a moment, Mr. Scrivener. Just the presentation of the data here is making a fundamental error, the very error, the basic error we just agreed on a moment ago, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So anyone reading your proof would assume that the 71 dB figure you're putting in there is the 16 hour, where of course it's not.
No.
So that's a basic error. And your assessment of compliance that you present to the inspector of daytime requirements against LEQ are also therefore just misconceived.
Sorry, in which
Yeah,
state?
you're purporting to assess a 71 dB figure as a 16-hour LEQ for compliance against BS 8233, but the figure you've used is not an LEQ 16-hour figure, is it?
So what I've done.
No, just see if you can focus on the question.
Okay.
Mr. Scrivener, that 71 dB is not an LEQ 16 hours, is it?
No, it's not.
No. So it's simply presented in a way which we agree misleads.
Yes.
Yes. And it doesn't stop there, Mr. Scrivener, because if we just turn up CD 4.4,
So I've got paper copies. What?
Well, CD 4.4 is Clear Acoustic Designs noise report, as never released to us originally. We had to get it by way of freedom of information, but presented to the council, the basis upon which objection was being made. I don't know if you've got that, sir. CD 4.4. This is the document. Have you got it there?
Yes, I have.
The Clear Acoustic Design document upon which objection was being promoted by the Gurdwara to this proposal and pursued with members to say there's a noise problem. And we see exactly the same misleading presentation, don't we, in this document at 5.2, page 11. This is said to be a BS 8233 noise breaking assessment, comparing it with do you want to just to help you and the inspector? If we go back in this document, performance standards, section 2 on page 4, clear acoustic design, we're actually positively saying that the assessment should be taken in accordance with BS 8233, weren't they?
Yes.
Something you've, I think, suggesting is wrong now, but.
Yes, I agree that they assessed.
Well, I know that, but are you suggesting that's wrong? And this is clear acoustic design. They said to the council, you should measure against the BS 8233 2014 standards for this type of noise.
Sorry.
See the paragraph just above the table.
So sorry, I was at 2.2. It said who guidelines for community noise.
No, 2.1 I'm at.
2.1.
Performance standards, BS 823 2014. Given the frequency of events at the Gurdwara, we'll come back to that, and the fact that these community events are permitted, compliance with the noise criteria in Table 2.1 is seen to be appropriate. And the compliance that they were seeking to assess was with the LEQ 16-hour figures.
Correct.
So they were promoting the assessment that Mr. Leach proposes.
Correct.
That's the Gurdwara temple.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you saying that's wrong?
I'm saying that I don't agree when you make a short measurement and you expand it out to the 16 hours.
Well, I know that's what, so you're saying you'll disagree with this approach. I just want to know, because the inspector's got a range of views in front of him. We've got Mr. Leach's view, we've got the Tetra Tech view, we've got Clear Acoustic Design's view from the Gurdwara temple here, saying you should assess against the 16-hour LEQ. You're proposing something different.
No, I think we should assess to that.
We should get against the 16-hour LEQ 16-hour.
No.
Right. Well, that's what they're suggesting here, isn't it?
Correct.
Right. So you're saying they've got it wrong.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, but they're definitely assessing against 16 hours. So that's what I wanted to address with you. And they make exactly the same error that you made in your proof in the presentation against 16 hours in the document that they produce. If you want to take it in stages, 4.2 noise survey results from an event on Thursday, the 14th of April, 2022. You got that?
Yes.
The inspector will see that there are LEQ 5 minutes measured from the event on the 14th of April. So the T period is specified as 5 minutes.
Correct.
They haven't actually used an average period at all. They've taken the highest 5-minute period, haven't they?
Yes.
Normally one would average it over the event.
If it was continuous
Well,
noise.
All right. Well, if they were doing a BS 8233 assessment, which they say they are, you would do, wouldn't you?
Yes, you just have this. Yes.
Which they haven't.
No, they haven't. They've got
No.
the same error with the 16 hours that I've got in my proof.
Yes. Well, so when presented to the council, it's a little even more extreme. They've taken the highest LAQ 5 minutes of the event of the 14th of April, which is 89, and then the highest LEQ from the event on the 17th of April, which was 101, see
Yes.
4.3, and then presented this to members in the table 5.1 as a BS 823 assessment, that there's a 36 dB exceedance for the 101 figure, in the living rooms and bedrooms 29.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can see how that would be misleading if you read that and looked at the 16-hour and thought that's, for instance, traffic noise over that. Yes, I can
Well,
see
no,
how.
it's just misleading. It's straightforward wrong, isn't it? Because you're comparing apples with pears.
Correct.
Yes. So both up until the time of your statement of common ground, in your proof, and in all the material that's been presented by the Gurdwara to members to persuade them to a different view, they've been presented with misleading information on BS 8233.
Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Scrivener, you haven't, I'm glad you've agreed that, but I mean, you didn't point that out to Inspector when you got into that chair to give evidence in chief, did you?
No.
If you're doing a job in accordance with your professional code, which I assume you are, Mr. Scrivener, I've got no reason to doubt that, you would be required to point out that sort of thing to an inspector to assist him.
If I was aware of a typing error that had that, yes, I would.
Well,
As soon as
it's not a typing error, is it? I mean, look at table 5.1 BS 823. Are we just looking at CD 4.4? It's not a typing error at all, is it? It's just a flawed approach.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Look at the table we were looking at a moment ago, CD 4.4. It's not a typing error.
In the clear acoustics design.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not a typing error. It's a fundamentally flawed approach of comparing an LAQ 5 minutes with an LAQ for a 16-hour period and saying there's a 36 dB exceedance. It's just flawed.
Yes, when you use the 16-hour.
Yes, it's not a typing error, is it? It's a error of methodology.
Yes.
Yes, that's why it's misleading, because it's not just typographical. It's seeking to suggest this scheme is objectionable because it exceeds the LEQ 16-hour dB BS 8233 by 36 dB. That's the problem with it.
Yes.
Yes, right. So back to my question. If you're doing your job properly, you'd point that out to the inspector. Say, hold on a minute, sir. I've got some other points to make, but just to be clear, my proof and CD 4.4.
Absolutely, yes, if I was aware of it.
Oh, right, okay, so you weren't aware of it. Had you read, you told us that when you took instructions, these were the documents included in the documents you read. Did you not notice this pretty glaring, obvious error in the document? I noticed it straight away, but I'm not a noise expert, Mr. Scrivener, so maybe I've got a different way of looking at things, but you didn't notice it?
No, I didn't.
All right. Let's just one other aspect of fair presentation of evidence, Mr. Scrivener. One of the things the inspector is going to have to grapple with is the question about frequency of noise. Is this really an issue for an event that occurs in the ceremonial area 3 times a year, and the GATCA will come to in a moment. But when we look at the agent of change principle, which is really concerned with unreasonable restrictions and significant adverse effects, I'll come back to that policy in a moment. It would be relevant to point out to the inspector the views of the council, Environmental Health Department, and its expert advisors.
Correct.
And the inspector has those both in the committee report and in the documents from Tetra Tech, which were commissioned. They're written by the Environmental Health Department, but with advice from Tetra Tech, another expert acoustician firm, correct?
Correct.
And if the inspector goes to those documents, you didn't take us to them, you've referred to them in Appendix A, but there's no discussion I can see in your evidence as to the basic message that they advance. Is there?
No, I just put them there to say that was the documents I'd reviewed.
Yeah. But if the inspector wants a fair appraisal, again, you doing your job properly, he would want to know, wouldn't he, that the council's own Environmental Health Department, based upon expert advice, consider that the infrequency of those events in the ceremonial area aren't ones that require assessment in the way you suggest.
Correct.
Yeah. He would want to know that.
Yeah.
And that's not just want to know that, but that's highly relevant, isn't it, in this context where one's dealing with the alleged prospect of someone complaining about a ceremonial event in the area. What would the Environmental Health Department say to that?
Sorry, I missed. Sorry,
What would the Environmental Health Department of the council say if someone complained about an event in the ceremonial area? That's part of the picture, isn't it? For agent of change principles.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question. The whole case against us is that because, for example, the Nagara's played in the ceremonial area 3 times a year, we'll come to the levels, that's going to create an agent of change principle. The temple's going to come under pressure from complaints to cease their activities or do them in a different manner.
Yeah, I understand that.
And therefore, the attitude of the Environmental Health Department, based on expert advice, even if you don't agree with it, would be relevant.
Yes.
And their view is that this isn't a problem.
I don't think they were aware of the operation. They certainly weren't aware of the operation of the GATCA in the courtyard 12 times a year. I think they were just basing it on the Nagara in the car park.
Right. Okay, well, let me park the GATCA event, because I'll come to that in a moment, what we're agreed that in terms of internal noise level conditions that there isn't an issue. So that comes back to the balcony. But sticking with my question, even in relation to the 3 times of events, the response of this Environmental Health Department, based on expert advice, would be highly material.
Yeah, but they also made the advice that you should consider, because of the they actually, in their document on the 1st of September, one of the Tetra Tech responses, they recommended the use of looking at the COP95 assessment.
What document, 1st of September? I've got in my CDs.
So I've got them in order here. So
Yeah,
I've got.
so they start 13, CD 13.
I haven't got. So this was picked up.
Point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I've got one. I haven't got any one dated September.
Hang on.
I don't know if you have, sir. Oh, I see. It's received October. Sorry, yeah. 2013.
Yeah. This is
Hold
where
on.
I so
Sorry, wait 1 second. I'm looking at the wrong ones now. I was in 13. I think I need to go to.
I couldn't find a reference in the common documents for it. So if you go to my proof of evidence, which is 14.7, in Appendix A, I listed at A.11, 1st of September 2022. This was the last consultation by Tetra Tech prior it going to committee.
I don't think we've ever seen that, Mr. Scrivener.
I downloaded it for early days. There was a problem with the council's website, and I was sent a link, and it had them as all the appeal documents, and I downloaded it from there.
It's in the.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think it was the link provided by the appellant in the appeal cover letter that had a
Sorry.
link to documents.
The council didn't have it available. I downloaded it.
Where is it? I just need to know what document you're referring to, because I haven't got it in front of me.
It was one of the documents I reviewed, so it was in my proof at A11.
Yes, where is it in the core documents?
It's not in the core. I couldn't find it in the core documents when I was printing it out.
Right, well, I haven't got it. So I don't know. I can't ask you about it.
But that was the point. I got it from, and in that.
You got it from where? Sorry.
From the appellant.
From us?
Yeah, you sent me a link. You sent me a link, and you said you can. It was the application. It was in a letter. When you put the appeal in, there was a link to all your documents, and it had the drawings.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take time chasing down documents. So you want to refer to that? We'll see if we can find it, then I can come back to it. But I just wanted to stick with my point, Mr. Scrivener. You don't, in fact, identify anywhere in your documentation that Tetra Tech and the Environmental Health Department make it clear that it would be unreasonable for this application to have to assess for those 3 events.
No, I don't.
And you should have done. You may not agree with it, but you need to at least draw attention to the fact that this council's own Environmental Health Department, responsible for environmental health in this area, based on expert advice, considered that this application appropriately assessed noise and didn't need to design or address the noise from the 3 ceremonial events in the courtyard. Sorry, in the car park area.
Yes.
Yeah. And so when you were taken through an examination in chiefs of criticisms of the appellant's approach in relation to the acoustic environment and noise acoustic environment, that's set in the context, isn't it, that when this point was eventually raised by Gurdwara, we weren't provided with CD 4.4 initially for some bizarre reason, but the position of the council in determining this application was that the applicant's assessment, the approach to assessment, was the right one.
Yes.
And it's also fair to say, isn't it, that in addressing the points made by the Gurdwara, including the noise points, CD 3.3 is the reference to the Tetra Tech response that it's unreasonable for the occasional outdoor events to demonstrate compliance with BS 8233 2014. That's what I was referring to. I should have given you that reference, CD 3.3. That's they were endorsing the approach by the appellant. Correct?
I don't think it's appropriate to use that document because I used the document that we haven't got. That was the one prior to the committee.
Well, okay, we'll come back to that, but that was certainly their attitude at that stage, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So when the matter did go to committee, the officers reported it to committee in knowledge of the Gurdwara's objection and clear acoustic design position, but considered that the appellant's approach to assessment was indeed the correct one.
Yes, the committee report stated that it was going to have triple glazing.
Yes, but the assessment that they had conducted and not needing to address by way of BS 8233 to change the design or approach it in a different way for those occasional events was entirely appropriate. That's what and they recommended approval.
Yes, so it was
Yeah.
recommended for approval, and the Tetra Tech agreed with Seoul Acoustics' approach
Yes,
that planning
Yeah.
should be granted.
yes. It's just that you don't refer to that at all in your evidence. Just to be clear where we're going, Mr. Scrivener, you're urging on the inspector an approach to assessment based on BS 4142, aren't you?
Yes,
Yes. That's contrary to the approach that the council, its environmental health officers, and Tetra Tech suggested and continue to suggest.
yeah, that's the difference of opinion, is that Seoul Acoustics and Tetra Tech think we should not use 4142, whereas I do. But I think this document's important because they.
Well, it may be important. I
Yeah.
just don't have it, Mr.
Okay.
Scrivener.
So yes, there's a
if
difference. I
someone
think
can
you should
provide,
use-
if the council have got a copy, then they can
I
speed
think
things
it,
up.
You haven't put it in the core documents, but it's in the link in the cover letter that you submitted with your appeal.
If this document is in any way important, then obviously I am going to
Yes.
need to see
Yes,
it. So
certainly.
it needs to be provided.
What letter are you referring to, Mr.
I've got,
I've got document 51, council responses on noise matters prepared by Tetra Tech, 51A, 51B, 51C, and those are the documents January, June, and June.
yeah, as Mr. Scrivener has explained, it's not in the core documents. He's
No,
derived
that's
it.
sorry, that's the letter to the inspectorate enclosing documents.
No, that's in the core documents.
Well, again, I try not to take too much. Perhaps we can chase it down. We can come back to it as necessary, Mr. Scrivener. But
okay.
We're going to have a break over the lunchtime
Yeah.
adjournment, so if anything needs to be found, it can be done there.
And we can see that officers maintain that view even when the objection was maintained by Gurdwara and others, CD 6.2, the addendum report, where they dealt expressly with the agent of change principle again.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the inspector can read your evidence in light of that, but I think I'm right in saying there's no acknowledgement of that difference of view in your proof. But with the council's own advisors, previous advisors, I think they've been ditched, but
No.
no. And just again, in relation to fairness and fairness of evidence and presentation of evidence, we agreed about what the best evidence would be in an ideal world for noise readings, untainted by bias. In your evidence, and you went to it again, you refer to the clear acoustic designs document CD 4.4, the results from a reading of the Nagara drum on the 17th of April 2022, don't you?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. And you seek to use that to support your noise power level for the drum.
No, it was a start. Having seen the concerns raised by Sol,
Right.
I used that as a starting point, but I haven't used it. They came up. I thought the sound power level based on their measurement was 120.
Right.
So I haven't used that.
Okay. Well, can we see if we can just unpack this? Why haven't you referred to the noise readings of the 14th of April 2022? So you're in, again, CD 4.4. We had it open a moment ago.
Yep.
Yes, you got it there?
The clear acoustic design
Yeah,
report.
clear acoustic design report. They took some noise readings of a ceremony on the 14th of April. Sorry, so you're on page 8, 7 and 8. (14th of April, 2022).
Yes.
This is a noise measurement of a ceremony on the 14th of April, 2022.
Correct.
It's accompanied by, if you go to the description on of how it was a monitored noise reading.
Yep.
4.2. During this time, music and chanting were observed. Appendix A provides photographs of the activities associated with these noise levels. Yes?
I've got Appendix B, yeah.
Well, it says Appendix A, but whether it's Appendix A or B. Those noise levels are the ones that are set out the L 5 minutes, LAQ 5 minutes. The highest being for that ceremony, 89.
99.
LAQ 5 minutes,
89.
89,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And in your proof of evidence, you've referred instead only to the 17th of April noise results, which were not monitored and not attended, and for which there's no data as to where the drum was relative to the microphone,
Correct.
i.e. unreliable. Yes?
Yes.
Because you've got no idea. The drum must have been replaced from the 14th, but you've got no idea where it was relative to the microphone as compared with the 14th of April, where you've got a photograph.
Correct.
Yes. So 17th of April, unreliable. 14th of April, you can at least see and verify the drum relative to the microphone. Correct?
Correct.
And that noise power level, as Mr. Leach points out, is equivalent to the one he measured on his event.
Correct.
And so going back, you presumably know all this, Mr. Scrivener, but if you're presenting a fair picture to the inspector and applying the principles that we talked about earlier, the best available evidence of a completely untainted noise result is Mr. Leach's monitoring of the 14th of April 2023 of the drum in the balcony.
Yes.
As to the sound power level of the drum when it's actually used in a ceremony.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the best evidence.
Yes.
The next best evidence, I say next best because it could have been tainted by bias because people would have known the monitoring was there, but would be the 14th of April 2022. Because you can see where the drum was and where the microphone was.
Correct.
And it shows a sound power level the same, pretty much the same, not identical, but for the purpose of the inspector, it's going to be broadly the same as Mr. Leach's level.
Correct.
The most unreliable evidence is that from the 17th of April, because you simply don't know where the drum was.
Correct.
So you're not suggesting reliance upon that, are you?
No.
Although in your proof, you've conflated in your evidence, because you don't explain this, the photographs taken from the 14th of April and treated them as if they're relevant to the 17th of April. Haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Which is a mistake,
Yes.
because you don't know where the drum was.
Correct.
Right. So unreliable, 17th of April, and your own measurement of the drum in the ceremonial area, you've readily accepted one shouldn't rely upon that, not least because you asked the drummer to play as loud as he could. And of course, it's obviously tainted by, doesn't have to be deliberate, but unconscious bias.
Correct.
Right. So the best evidence for the inspector as to the way the Nagara drum is actually played during a ceremony is that which Mr. Leach has set out, the sound power level, which Mr. Leach has set out in his evidence when it's played in the ceremonial area. It's the best evidence.
Apart from it was played on the balcony.
Well, except that we've got the 14th of April where it wasn't.
Correct.
Right, put the two together. It's the best available evidence as to how the drum's actually played when it's used in the ceremonial area.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All of which is pretty self-evident. You didn't point that out to the inspector at all, did you?
No.
Right. So when it comes to the statement of common ground, just so the inspector's aware, the addendum statement of common ground, Mr. Scrivener, when the inspector's looking at the two different Nagara sound power levels, 115 or 106, the best evidence as to how the Nagara is actually used in ceremonies is the 106 dB.
So the 106 dB on would be the best in terms of the use in the car park, but my 115 would be the best because I actually measured it in the courtyard.
Right.
Whereas Mr. Leach didn't measure it in the courtyard.
Okay, well, I'll do it in stages and come back to the courtyard in a moment. Certainly, so far as the way that the drum is used, and now we've got 2 years of use of this, I mean, 2022 and 23, the best evidence as to how it's used during those ceremonies in terms of sound power level is the 106 dB.
It is, as long as that, he hasn't actually measured it when it's in, so just to be clear, he's never measured it when it's in the ceremonial ground, car park. He's only measured it from the balcony.
Yes, I know, but we've just been through that, Mr. Scrivener, because the 14th of April results in a similar sound power level when it was used in the ceremonial area.
Yes.
So it's the best evidence. The inspector, if one's applying a fair analysis and wants to apply the best evidence untainted by unconscious bias, etc., the inspector will be looking, as a matter of reasonableness, to the 160 dB Lmax sound power level for the ceremonial area.
Correct.
Right.
Right, Mr. Strawn, that's 1:45, so we'll stop there if that seems like a convenient point. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Scrivener probably knows that he's impaired, unfortunately, for whilst we break. It's unusual to break in the middle of a
Yes, yes, you'll be aware of that during the cross-examination, please don't speak to anybody. Right, thank you. So do we have Mr. Radar on the line?
Miss Malik, can you confirm that the resident is waiting to join on the Teams call?
So Mr. O'Dedra is an interested party that's speaking as a resident of Perkin Close, I understand. He should be joining us on the link. Oh, I see, right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Odedra. Can you hear us? I'm assuming at this point he should be able to see and hear us. Could you ask him to speak to see whether we can hear what he's saying?
I'm speaking, but
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can't hear anything from the other side.
Right, okay. Well, I was going to invite Mr. Odedra to say what he wanted to say. Are you able to do that via your phone contact? Yes, please. Hello, can you...
Please raise a hand if you can hear me speak, because I'm getting no audio back here. Okay, I'll continue assuming that you can hear me, but just FYI, I'm not getting anything back. We can use the chat if there are any questions, I assume. So I've written kind of some notes, and apologies, yesterday I think we were running a bit behind schedule, so I wasn't able to join. So I'll read directly from my notes and then take up on chat if there's any questions. So I'm the owner and leaseholder of flat 28 Perkin Close. That's on the 4th floor of the block, that's apartments 13 to 28. I've reviewed the documentation of intended plans and understand it was this is an appeal process. So having reviewed the plans and documents, I understand that my flat will be directly impacted by the construction of Block C, which will overshadow the kitchen and living area and cause potentially, according to the experts, a 30% reduction to existing vertical sky component or daylight, as I identified in the Abisan Young technical briefing notes of February 2022. And this falls short of the BRE recommendations. I strongly object to the proposal as it will have a considerable negative impact. We currently enjoy a relatively open aspect overlooking a communal garden and allowing a view of the sky. The proposed development, having the pictures, the measurements, and everything else will be constructed directly opposite to my windows, significantly enclosing the outlook, resulting in a prominent and imposing structure. The development would also impact my right to privacy, as the separation distances between Perkin Close properties and the proposed Block C and D are below the 18 to 21 metre guidelines set out by the London Housing Supplementary Planning Guidance. Block C's secondary window would impact my privacy, as these windows would directly overlook the habitable rooms of my property at close quarters. This would give rise and adverse impact on amenity through overlooking and loss of privacy. That's based on what I've seen and read to date, and all I had to share for this call. As I said, I can't hear any audio from the room, so if there is anything else, please use the chat facility.
Mr. Strawn, was there anything that you wanted to ask as a result of that?
So I think you fixed, I can hear you now. So.
Oh, you can hear us now?
Yeah.
Ah, good, thank you. Right, I was just asking Mr. Strawn, then the advocate for the appellant, whether he had any questions for you.
Thank you, sir. I don't. I'm not out of any disrespect to Mr. Nagara, but because we're going to revisit that issue in more detail, and I'm going to ask questions of the councils and witness and Magnolia Park's witness in due course.
Right, okay. Well, thank you then, Mr. Odedra. We've heard what you wanted to say, and we'll leave it there.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Right. Okay. Well, we'll take the lunchtime adjournment at this point rather than breaking cross-examination again. So we'll adjourn. Is there anything anyone wants to raise before we take that break? No. Okay. We'll adjourn then until 10 to 2. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, just one quick thing, just to say that we were trying to organise the inquiry timetable because things have moved around a little bit. And I spoke to Miss Malik, and she has suggested now that she would like to cross-examine both myself and Mr. Mannering as well.
No, sorry, it's just Mark Kidshaw.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, right. Apologies. Okay.
Right. Okay. So that's the 30 minutes of Mr. Kidd that we talked about this morning. Thank you. Right. Well, yes, thank you. We'll adjourn now then. Thank you. Right, okay, thank you, everyone. Let's resume, please. Ms. Malik has just passed.
108, you say 108, 110 is more representative
Yes, that's what I've just.
for the GATCA as well.
Yes.
And there's another, the harmonious point is that regardless of block A, you would be telling the Gurdwara, don't play it at 118 or whatever the level was, because that would be injurious not just to the drummer's health, but to the health of the children who are attending those ceremonies.
Sorry, I didn't. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
There's a harmonious relationship. You've already accepted fairly that the correct level for the GATCA expected output sound pressure level is 108.
Yes.
Fine. Noted that. We'll look at that effect in a moment. But the harmonious relationship is, regardless of the appeal scheme, you'd be advising the Gurdwara, don't play it at 118. Is it 118? 115, because that would be harmful to your health of not just the drummer, but more, perhaps even more significantly, all of those who attend.
Yes.
Yes. So it wouldn't be, even if the consequence of the appeal scheme were to say, well, play it at 108, that wouldn't be an unreasonable restriction on the Gurdwara. It would be a very good thing.
Yes, I think, and that would be in terms of the playing the drum in the courtyard.
Yeah.
Yes, it would improve the health of people, that they wouldn't play it at the
Yes,
115 level.
they should be doing that anyway, seeking to play it at a reasonable level without damaging the ears of the vulnerable.
The only thing I would say is that when they take the drum round, when they play the drum 3 times, I have heard them play it when they played it. So yes, we'd have to reduce the level. So that would be a benefit to the Gurdwara if we undertook a noise at work survey and we reduced the noise level down to 108 because of a noise at work.
Yeah, what I'm more interested in, Mr. Scrivener, I mean, I'm
yeah.
obviously interested in the health of others, yes, but from my perspective of this appeal, whether or not playing the drum at 108, which we say is the normal level it's played, would be an unreasonable restriction. It wouldn't be. In fact, it would be highly advisable not to exceed 108.
Just so I'm clear, so I think you're saying that the appeal scheme would bring a benefit to the Gurdwara rather than not a restriction.
Well, if it were to result in that, our position is it's already played at the 108 level, as you know.
Yeah, okay.
And I think you agreed that that's more realistic.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just check? I think Mr. Leach says 106.
So sorry,
and Mr. Scrivener has said 108 to 110.
Okay.
106. Yeah.
106.
In that region.
That's my fault, because I think I mentioned 108. Can we agree that the figure we're talking about is the 106 sound power level that Mr. Leach has identified as coming from the Nagara drum from his readings?
Yes, I think the way to do that would be in the document we produced this morning is to strike out the first 3 columns so that we just we're basing Mr. Leach's on the 106.
I see, yes. Okay, let's just do that. Very, very sensible suggestion, Mr. Scrivener. Simplifies it. So
explain where I can find that, please.
Let's just see if I've got it right. On the addendum.
Just remember, this is an agreed document between 3 parties.
Well,
we haven't yet
I
heard from
can't
third.
cross-examine everyone at once, Mr. Scrivener, but so far as Mr. Scrivener is concerned, on table 2, we should cross out these first 3 columns which relate to 115 dB. Is that right?
And just to be clear, that was in this morning's when you cross-examined, you said that as soon as I became aware of something, I should, if necessary, change my
I'm not
opinion.
criticizing you for it. I just want to know what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I think what we're doing on your evidence, and just so far as you're concerned, having reflected on this, you're inviting us to cross out, and I'll do it so I can still see what's underneath because I've got to deal with Mr. Duncan later. But I'm crossing out the 115 dB, and you're inviting the inspector to base his analysis on the 106 dB reading.
Yes.
And what I was trying to be clear about, Mr. Scrivener, There are two good reasons for doing that. The first is you accept the 106 dB is more representative for the reasons you've explained.
Yes.
And the second is it's also beneficial to the health of the Gurdwara and its congregation.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Right. And I assume I can do the same for the table over the page, table 4.
Table 2?
It's table 4, I think, on my version. Is it? Table 4 of the addendum. I think you got that, sir. There's a similar 115 versus 106 dB.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I can strike out from your perspective.
Yes.
I can strike out the 115 dB.
Yes.
And focus on the 106 dB
Yes.
for all events.
Yes.
Yeah. And I can do the same for table 5. But this time it's not longitude, it's down the page. It's the left-hand bit, Mr. Scrivener's assessment 115. I can cross that out and we can focus on the 106 dB on the other side.
Yes.
Right. Now, just doing that exercise, the logically, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that just to correct another error in your approach, Mrs. Scrivener, which I think you'll accept, if one looks at the first table 2. Well, sorry, first table 2 is missing. Just table 2, but it's the first table and it's called table 2. No, it's the second table actually. It's called table 2. I've removed the 115 dB. We're looking at a courtyard sound pressure level at facade if the drums being played for the Gatka ceremony in the courtyard of 59 dB.
Yes, I'm crossing out the top 3 lines going across.
Yes. So I'm just looking. Now I'm focusing on having done that exercise. We know representative and also virtuous level 59 dB.
When it's played in the courtyard.
When it's played in the courtyard is the level it would be at the facade.
Yes.
Of the block A.
Block A, yes.
And that, the error I wanted to correct, because you were taken to this by Mr. Four in evidence, that 59 at facade, when one's considering the balconies of block A as amenity space, that 59 is not an LEQ 16 hour, is it?
No, definitely.
Right. The LEQ 16 hour for that facade, for the balcony spaces, the amenity spaces, will be 47.
So, yes.
Well, I'm just taking that. You remember the very first error we pointed out when everyone was making the mistake of treating LEQ 1 hours as the equivalent of LEQ 16. Do you remember that very first mistake?
Yes.
That mistake was made again in chief when you were looking at the amenity area level of 55 dB.
Yes.
That's an LEQ level of 16 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
And therefore, the 16-hour LEQ for the balconies from the Gatka is, if played at 160 dB, is 47.
Yes, so in terms of, just so I'm clear, in terms of BS 8233 and Mr. Leach's approach, 100%, that's right, yes.
Yes, so there'll be full compliance
Yeah.
externally and internally from playing the Gatka, playing the Nagara and the Gatka in the courtyard.
Yes, when we use BS 8233.
Yes, when we use BS 8233, when we use the WHO guidance, which is
Yes.
also an LEQ 16 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
So if the inspector is going to test this against BS 8233, what's actually being designed, I'm just dealing with the GATCA ceremonies, is actually fully compliant with BS 8233.
Yes, because of my early error, the
Yes.
range, we're now at the bottom of the range. And so in terms of 8233 and the level in the WHO, which talks about a 16-hour level of 55
Yes.
and the moderate level. So yes, we now comply with those two
Yes, so you
documents.
don't have a concern so far as BS 8233 is concerned of compliance. Right, good. And just taking that a little bit further, I think the equivalent for the 3 ceremonies, whether they're played in the ceremonial area or the balcony, so those other 2, would be 60 and 59 dB.
So just so I'm following, so is that table 4?
No, it's table 2 still.
We're still table 2. 106,
So I hope
72 and 71.
Yeah, those are LEQ 1 hours, aren't they?
Yes.
So if one's looking at LEQ 16 hour, they equate to 60 and 59.
Yes, we take
Yeah.
12 off.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And in that respect,
Can
do
I-
you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to
That's
interrupt.
right. No.
And that's assuming the GATCA's not played for more than 1 hour. So if we play,
Nagara, do you mean?
Sorry, the big drum, if it's not played for more than 1 hour, we would take off 12. But
Yes.
if it was played longer, we'd take off less.
There's no evidence it's played
No.
longer. In fact, the evidence is from Mr. Leach, it's played for a shorter period.
Yeah, so if we
Yeah.
played it for a shorter period,
You
we'd
take off more.
Yes, if we only played it, if the
40 minutes is what he said.
So if we'd take off 14, and if it was an hour, we'd take off 12. But if it was longer, we'd take off slightly less.
Yes, I get that. So I hope that's clear. Right. So, okay, good. So we might as well just, while we're there, the 59 dB LEQ I hope I can do this conveniently, cutting a long story short. We're going to have a debate about which methodology to apply, but I just leave whether it's BS 8233, BS 4142, or NANAR 92 various methodologies. We're going to have that debate in a moment, Mrs. Skonan.
So leave it, because that's what I was saying.
Well, I know we're going to have that, but can I just get the figures right?
Yes,
let's get the figures right. Based on what you now accept, this would also comply, the courtyard would also comply with the COP 95 for concerts.
Yes, without getting into the argument about whether it's an urban, because
It doesn't, sorry, you can.
Sorry, the COP I'd chosen 70, and there was one.
No. That's why I thought you were going. I'm looking. You divided up the events from the GATCA in the courtyard.
Yes.
And the 1 to 3 events that occur, the 3 events that occur in the ceremonial area.
And I gave an absolute level to me.
For the latter, you gave the 75, and for the GATCA events, you said 15 above the background.
Yes. Yes, it would comply with that.
Right. So
Sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to be clear. So based on these accepted figures now, if one were to look at COP 95,
yep.
if
So it's exactly, is that right?
No. If one were to look at COP95 and treat this as equivalent to concert noise for the Gatka in the courtyard, 10 to 14 events, sorry, 4 to 14 events, 4 to 12 events a year,
Yep.
it would comply.
I wasn't trying to be difficult, but it's in NANR 92, which is core document 12.4.
Yes.
Sorry, I did the paper copy. It's page 12, so no idea. And it's the paragraph just above.
Let me just get it up.
Sorry.
It's all right, no, it's fine. 12.4, NANR 92.
And it's just above, it's the table 1, just above section 2.2.2. And I'm on page 12 and everyone else is on a different page.
Well, that's fine. That's yes. I mean, that actually, you've referred to NANR 92. That comes from the
Yeah,
COP
that comes
95.
That's just where I had it open. So what I was saying is that if I picked the 1 to 3, I picked 75.
Yes.
And we've got a level of 72 and 71.
Yeah.
So we comply with that.
Yes.
But if I picked the other one of 65, which I still don't think you should do, we wouldn't quite comply with it because we're 70.
Well, no, I know, but I'm just doing the one that you said you should apply was
Yes.
75. So
Yeah.
we comply with the one you think is applicable.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But it's actually 59, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Okay.
No.
Right.
Sorry.
Break it. The two things. Let's not get confused. The playing of the Nagara for Gatka events in the courtyard results in a facade level of 59 dB at the facade level.
So what, without confusing everyone and myself, which I'm trying not to do, we have so we're talking about, we've taken the 12 off to get to the.
I haven't actually. I was just looking at 59. I haven't taken anything off.
So we've got in the courtyard. Oh, sorry. Massive. I was looking at in the car park and balcony.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to look at it in turn. So I'm just focusing, first of all,
just in the
car Gatka played in the courtyard. We've agreed that it complies with the 55 dB LEQ 16 hour for amenity space.
Yes.
Because you would take 12 off in that circumstance
Yes.
to get to a 16 hour. Here you're looking at 59 dB, and we need to be, on your analysis, no more than 15 dB over the LA90, which I think
that's a full one.
The background levels we're talking about 40. The 49 dB is in the statement of common ground as to the background levels, agreed position.
Sorry, so I've got
the background level noise
is
49 dB. Do you want to turn it up in the?
So table 5 I was doing in that because it has a 414.
Yeah, do you want to turn to table 5? Background sound levels, 49 dB, LA 90, 15 minutes.
So I've still got, so this is what I was getting to. So I thought we weren't doing 4142, but if.
I'm not doing 4142, I'm just taking what is there's an agreed figure for the LA 90 50-minute background noise level, isn't there?
The 49, yes.
Yes. So if I'm applying COP95 to the events of the courtyard, which is what you invited the inspector to do, and they occur 4 to 12 times per year, we're going to have a debate about whether this is appropriate, but even if it is appropriate, the resultant levels do not exceed more than 15 dB over a 15-minute period for the background levels, do they?
So when I did the assessment I've got in this didn't we add the rating level?
No, we're not. We're not in BS 4142.
Okay.
We're in COP 95, aren't we? I'm looking at NANAR 92. You have you got the
I've got NANAR 90.
NANAR 92?
Yeah.
You may want to turn to COP 95 if that's easier. And I'm going to have a debate about how applicable it is in a moment,
Yeah.
but I'm just doing the very exercise you invited the inspector to do.
Yep.
Yeah? COP 12.1, sir. Probably safer to go to the source document itself rather than NANAR 92. Yeah, section 3, PDF, page 5, I think. 6. Going to have a whole debate about whether this is actually too stringent a test, because this is all about amplified music. But leave that aside. You invited the inspector to do this exercise. If we apply COP 95, there's no rating penalty of any kind. This is just about taking music played at a concert or venue. If it's done 4 to 12 times, which you invited the inspector to treat that for the Gatka played in the courtyard, it should be no more than 15 dB for the 15-minute period over the background.
Okay, so the confusion...
Is that right?
No. So, as I understand it, COP 95 applies the old version of BS 4142. So...
Sorry, where did you get that?
So we're not doing... Okay.
Where do you get that, Mr. Scrivener? COP 95 is a discrete document, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. It applies, just go up the page, 1.1, large music events involving high-powered amplification are held in sporting stadia, arenas, open-air sites within lightweight buildings. Those events give pleasure. The purpose of this code is to give guidance on how such disturbance or annoyance can be minimized, right?
Now I get it. Sincere apologies. Now I do get it, yes.
Right, it's got nothing to do with BS 4142,
Okay.
has it?
Sorry.
Well, don't be sorry, just answer the question, Scrivener.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Right. You invited the inspector to apply COP 95 when you gave evidence in chief to the Gatka events in the courtyard. I have a note of it. I'm sure the inspector does too.
Yes.
You said applying COP 95 for the Gatka events in the courtyard, you were going to take the level of 4 to 12 concert days per calendar year because it takes place once a month.
Correct.
And if you do that, the target here is the MNL, which is defined in the document, the music noise level, which is the LEQ of the music noise measured at a particular location, see the document, should not be more than 15 dB over the background noise level.
Correct.
The background noise level is agreed for the 15-minute period as 49 dB for this location.
Yes.
And so if you therefore apply that, you should not exceed for those 4 to 12 events 64 dB.
Correct.
15
Yeah.
added to 49. And your agreed figure on the noise generated by the Gatka is 59.
Yes.
So it's well within the tolerance of COP 95 for these events.
Yes.
That being, i.e., an indication of what's acceptable noise.
Correct.
Yeah, right. So both on BS 8233 and COP 95, the Block A, with its balconies and its internal living conditions, comply and create acceptable conditions.
Correct.
Right. Whilst we're on the same topic, if it's convenient, for the ceremonial area, you invited the inspector to apply COP 95. Similarly, but on the basis it's a different ceremony, different location, you invited the inspector to apply the 1 to 3 events for urban stadia or arenas. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you're asked about why did you say 75 rather than 65? You said you thought 75 was justified because of the location.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just taking you at face value what you said, Mr. Scrivener. On that basis, the sound power levels generated by the Nagara for those 3 events comply with COP 95.
Correct.
They're below it.
Yes.
And taking 8233 for, so just to be clear, I'm going to move on now. I've dealt with the
Okay.
Nagara for the events in the courtyard. I'm now going to look at the 3 events that occur in the ceremonial area.
Okay.
If we turn over to table 4, we now have your accepted position that we should be looking at the sound power level of 106 dB. Yes?
Yes.
And the internal noise levels, just using Mr. Leach's method of construction without applying your higher specification, the resultant living conditions, internal living conditions, comply with BS 8233, don't they?
Correct.
Right. So we've moved on a step. We can now agree, can't we, the internal living conditions based on BS 8233, like the courtyard ones that you accepted in chief, are in fact acceptable.
Correct.
And that's the 34 dB LEQ 16 hour, 34 dB LEQ 16 hour for both, whether it's played on in the ceremonial area or the balcony.
Yes. Correct.
Right. So I think that then just leaves, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, well, let's with that framework in mind, let's just think about what the inspector should do with these results that are now agreed. Can we just apply a little bit of structure to this, Mr. Scrivener, in terms of policy? Because the inspector may want to start with policy. The MPPF, which has been invoked in relation to this reason for refusal in terms of agent of change, is also reflected in the London plan policy and presumably the development plan.
Correct.
Right. And the agent of change principle, so paragraph 187, I know it's probably imprinted on everyone's mind, but this agent of change principle, and I read it out at the beginning, is concerned with existing facilities not having unreasonable restrictions placed on them as a result of new development. Correct?
Yep.
Right to note the word unreasonable, isn't it, Mr. Scrivener, for the reasons we identified?
Yep.
It wouldn't be unreasonable for the Gurdwara, for example, I'm not saying this is the net effect, but to play its drums regularly in a way which didn't harm their own health.
Correct.
Right. And secondly, it's concerned with significant adverse effects. If operation of existing community facility could have a significant adverse effect on new development, then the applicant should be required to provide suitable mitigation.
Correct.
So you can have an adverse effect. It's the policy is concerned with preventing significant adverse effects on existing businesses.
Yes.
Sorry, it's the existing business causing a significant adverse effect on the new residential development.
That's correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. So with that, that's the policy framework of reason for refusal 1, as I've understood it. Is that right, or do you have a different understanding?
I did have a different understanding.
Right.
With a deep breath, I thought we were looking at, obviously the MPPF is the overarching document. I thought we were looking at policy D13 and D14, which was mentioned and that talked about adverse impact or potential nuisance.
Right.
And so I'd just say what I thought, that it was adverse impact and potential nuisance. And when, correctly or incorrectly, when I read the agent of change principle, I thought it was significant adverse impact, but it also applied the mitigate and minimize from the NPSE also applied to that, rightly or wrongly.
Right. Well, I'll let others debate policy unless you want to, but
No,
I'm happy to do it on either basis. But if we want to focus for our present purposes, we can look at adverse effects, but we can also have in mind significant adverse effects for the purposes of the MPPF. We'll see if there's a material distinction here. I don't know. The other policy is policy EQ5 of the development plan, Hounslow plan, CD 11.1.20. If you want to get that out, probably a good idea.
Yep.
And to cut a long story short, that is identifying, isn't it, reference to BS 8233 of 2014. In little h.
Yes, it makes reference.
For a development proposal such as this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It's not advocating BS 4142 in the assessment of the noise environment for this particular location, is it?
No, I don't think so.
It also refers to the expectation of SPD, supplementary planning document, somewhere. I think it's in the text, the accompanying text. But if you go to notes on policy EQ5 noise, it's the first bullet point, page 204. You see that?
Yes.
That SPD is in evidence, but it's not and never has been adopted by the council.
That's correct.
Right. However, we can see down the third bullet point, BS 823/2014 on sound inundation and noise reduction, and BS 4142/2014 should inform noise assessments.
Yes.
Third bullet point. And then there's a further explanation about noise generating uses and reference to various concerns, particularly around aviation noise, understandably.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. If I then, so that doesn't, other than say, take account of noise and deal with noise sensitive uses, that's not going to assist the inspector in this case on deciding which methodology is going to be applicable to the assessment of the Gurdwara noise.
No, it's not.
Right. If we turn to the SPD, CD 12.9, a document which hasn't been adopted,
12.9.
Have you got, let me know when you're there. TD 12.9.
Does it start with Heston and Cranfield
It
area?
starts with strangely with a committee report
yeah, I
minute,
think-
but
I
then
think-
the draft SPD follows behind it.
Yes.
I don't, if you got that, sir. I'm on the start of the policy. Sorry, we'll just give that back. Thank you. So ignore the first bit of the committee report. It starts off part 1 policy, never adopted, but it deals with the purpose of the SPD at 1.1. You got that?
Yes.
There's a discussion of other regional policy, and at section 3, development control general approach. Yeah, you got that?
Yep.
And there's a discussion about assessment outcomes, but you really need to go to noise sensitive development, section 5. Yes, you got that?
Yep, I'm there.
And
Sorry.
on page 16 under figure 2, there's initial site noise risk assessment, noise risk categories 0, 1, 2, and 3. Significant adverse effects are defined in 2 under medium, aren't they?
Yes.
And they're defined by reference to LEQ 16 hour for the day, LEQ 8 hours for the night, familiar terms, and L maxes, which, as we'll see, are relevant to nighttime because of the research about L maxes being able to wake people up during the night.
Yes.
And that SPD, not adopted, therefore follows a conventional approach of this type in the noise policy for England of identifying effectively when significant adverse impacts occur.
Yeah.
And that is consistent with the concept of, to use the terrible jargon, LOLs and SOLs. Lowest observed adverse effect levels, and then significant observed adverse effect levels, which are higher where significant adverse effects occur.
Correct.
Right. And under the heading stage 2, page 17, sorry, page 16 internally, dealing with noise sensitive development, the SPD contemplates a assessment of internal ambient noise levels for dwellings, doesn't it?
Correct. Yes.
Based on 823 of 2014.
Correct.
And it uses the figures that we've seen elsewhere, 35 dB for living rooms during the day, dining rooms 40 dB, sleeping 35 dB, and then in the sleeping time, the night time, L maxes.
Yes, which came from the pro-PG approach.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, there's a consistency, at least in that respect. But what it's identifying in relation to L maxes is that based on scientific research, which I'm sure everyone is well aware of, the L max becomes relevant to the nighttime because if they're sufficiently frequent, even though the LEQ may not, you can be woken up in the night with the consequential applied to the day.
No.
Gun going off in the room, that is relevant. Sharp noise events, L maxes, cause sleep disturbance, are relevant under this approach if they occur at night.
So
but not during the day.
yeah, so in the daytime, if I fired my gun, it would comply with this 8233 because there's no LMAX in the
Yes,
day.
you,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, so yes, sorry.
right,
Yes.
fine. And that reflects, of course, a general proposition that, take aircraft noise, for example. Aircraft noise isn't continuous, is it?
No.
Even though you described anonymous noise sources as continuous, that wouldn't apply to aircraft noise.
But you do apply 8233.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just dealing with your description of what anonymous noise sources were. You put aircraft noise into that. That doesn't meet your definition, does it?
No, it doesn't.
No. And instead, the way that policy works is that for intermittent noise, like aircraft, you do average the noise throughout the day for an LEQ,
Correct.
because that's an acceptable way of addressing what's acceptable noise environment, even though the aircraft will come intermittently.
Correct.
But for the nighttime, you also consider LMAXs because people could be woken up in the night by an aircraft passing over, even though the LAQ 8 hour may not be exceeded.
Correct.
Right. And therefore, your definition of anonymous noise source doesn't work. There are lots of noise sources which aren't continuous, but it's perfectly legitimate to average them over the day to come up with an LEQ level to measure noise impacts.
So
That's right, isn't it?
no, but when I answered the question, when I said what was anonymous noise, if we had one aircraft flying over, I don't think it would be equipped. It wouldn't. So if we had at 7 o'clock, if one aircraft flew over and we had an increase in noise and down, and you measured that, it wouldn't be, then the aircraft only flew for 40 minutes. It wouldn't be appropriate to then take that aircraft noise and expand it out to 16 hours. What I was saying is that if the aircraft noise operates between 7 and 11, yes, it has some peaks, but it's continuous over the whole 16 hours.
Yes, of course it has some peaks, but in terms of acceptable noise environment, if an aircraft flies over a property at 7 in the daytime period,
yes,
it's accepted that you can average that out for the LEQ 16-hour period.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter that it's intermittent.
I think it
does. It?
I think it does.
Well,
Because,
okay.
So if you had, as an example, if you used an RAF base, if the planes only flew between 7 and 8, I don't think it would be appropriate to apply that standard to the impact, because based on that we could take 12 off it. So we could measure the hour LEQ of aircraft just operating for an hour. We could use Mr. Leach's approach of taking the 12 off, reduce it by 12 and say...
I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman, I apologize. I'm not following it. This SPD would be applicable to aircraft noise and Hounslow, wouldn't it?
Yes, because they operate over the whole period.
No, it doesn't say that, does it? It's applicable whether they operate in the morning or they operate in the afternoon. Sometimes the different runways are in operation, so they'll vary in different locations. It's applicable regardless, isn't it?
As long as they're operating. So if the aircraft so if you came to assess the noise, so if we were going to assess the noise of the aircraft to Block A.
Yes, which we have done.
Yes, you have done very well.
Yeah.
And if we only measured, and if the aircraft were only flying over for the first hour, and they weren't ever flying, so if Heathrow decided only to operate between 7 and 8.
Well, we know that sometimes happens because there's different...
Sorry, could he be allowed to finish his question? He is trying his best to answer, and he is being interrupted.
Well,
and
sorry,
I wonder
Mrs.
if he could
Goodman,
just finish the point he's trying to make.
So the point I was trying to make is that when I talked about 8233, especially in terms of Heathrow, yes, there are periods. So there's a period between, if it's a primary runway, it would be between 6 and 3 in the afternoon. So a good proportion of the day, it would be reasonable to measure the noise level over, say, half the day and apply the correction because you didn't get the noise level from the other half of the day.
Where do we see any of that expressed in policy?
It's not in policy, but it's enshrined in 8233.
Where?
Because it talks about that's the anonymous and continuous noise.
No. This isn't, sorry. I can recognize an aircraft flying over. I'm sure you can, Mr. Scrivener.
Yes.
It's not anonymous, is it? Or is it? I don't know. You tell me.
So all I was saying is...
No, just, I'm not interested in what you're saying. I'm interested in you answering my question. I simply don't understand what you're saying at the moment. What I'm trying to get you to identify, whether you're saying aircrafts are anonymous or not.
I don't think they're anonymous in terms of they have a peak. So no, I don't think they are anonymous.
Right. How is aircraft noise measured in policy terms in Hounsay and to this appeal scheme?
With the noise contours to an LEQ.
Right.
A long-term LEQ.
Yes. Fine. Right. Back to the SPD then.
Okay.
Is there anywhere in this SPD that suggests for the internal noise levels for dwellings, for music, which is what I think you now identify the Nagara as being, for music,
Yes.
you would use a different standard?
Correct.
No. Yeah. Is there anything?
No.
Well, page 27, 28, 7.1 outdoor concerts. You're wrong, aren't you? You're wrong.
Yes.
Right. So if the SPD, it's not been adopted, but if one were to take the SPD, there are two ways of looking at it. One is you carry out a BS 8233 assessment for the internal, external dwellings. Correct?
Yeah.
We've been through that exercise a moment ago. The other is, on your evidence, you say, well, the Nagara is music. And you've invited the inspector to apply NANR 92 in relation to COP 95 to it.
Correct.
And we comply with it.
Yes.
Right. Nowhere in this document would it suggest you apply BS 4142 for commercial and industrial noise.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So there's no policy basis for this type of noise, based on what you identified it as, for being treated as if it's commercial and industrial noise under BS 4142, is there?
No.
And what's more, directly, your approach of applying BS 4142 is directly contradicted by BS 4142 itself, where it specifically excludes music and indeed speech, for example, from the assessment.
So we're moving on to 4142 now.
Well, just try and answer my question, Mr. Scrivener.
Yes, it does, but can we go back to NANR 92?
Yes.
Core document 12.4. And I want to go to paragraph 2.1.1, which is on my page 11.
Right.
So
This is a bit you read out in chief.
Yeah, so
Yep.
in terms of 4142, I think you can apply it to the Nagara, even though it's not in the SPD. But I think the paragraph halfway down, the first one says, the method explicitly excludes prediction of annoyance and is specified only for industrial noise affecting residential buildings. That completely backs up what Mr. Leach is saying. So it's saying it's only specified for industrial residential buildings. But what I'm saying is in the next paragraph of that, and it says, however, it has become widely used outside its specification because it provides a simple method and in an area perceived very complex. Then, if I go to Mr. Leach's proof, apologies, I'm trying to get to the end of this, and I think it's core document 13.1. This is just, I'm trying to explain why I think 4142 is important. So in Mr. Leach's proof at 4.96 on page 28, he uses this thing. It was a B&Q site, and as I understand it, it was a residential site next to.
Sorry, which one are you referring to? This is.
So I've got to core document 13.1.
It's the proof. I think everyone's just calling that the proof of evidence because we have it separately. And you're on paragraph 4.96, page 28.
Paragraph 4.96
of Mr. Leach's proof.
Yes, and if I read from that, if I read paragraph that Mr. Leach quoted from paragraph 72, 73, and 78.
Yes.
And I might have got this wrong, so apologies. I think that relates to the operation of the cricket ground. Now, if we can pull up the actual appeal, I want to get to paragraph 79 of the appeal decision, which I think is core document
1311.
And this is all I'm doing is trying to justify why I think 4142. So, so the first.
I'm at CD 1311, paragraph 79.
At paragraph 79. So the first bit says noise from concerts at EO2, which I presume is the site,
yes,
would result in a time-limited but significant adverse impact, adverse effect. So then it talks about open windows, which we don't need to go.
No,
because
we agree common ground on that, yes.
So just make sure, because the overheating assessment changed. So it now, I am right, it's got air conditioning of such that provides like 1.5 kilowatts of cooling. So that.
Yeah, Mrs. Scrivener, that's all common ground. You're danger.
No, I'm trying to skip over. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm trying to skip over that bit.
Yep. So which bit are you going to?
I'm trying to go to, there is no mitigation for private amenity space to address a significant adverse effect, and these spaces are intrinsic part of the proposed design. Now, as I read that decision, that inspector, and again, if I've got this wrong, apologies, but I think that refers to the 14 events. So this appeal decision was residential next to a place that played cricket.
Yes.
Lots of cricket. And Mr. Leach had described the paragraphs he was quoting were about the daily events of the cricket.
Yes.
However, as I read it, and I hope I haven't got this wrong, because of that, the inspector refused the decision.
No, well, you have got that wrong. Right. It's a very long answer. We were talking about BS 4142, and you said this was somehow justification for using BS 4142.
That was my justification.
Which bit of this justifies using BS 4142?
So,
which part of the inspector's decision are you referring this inspector to as justifying the use of BS 4142 to the noise at the Gurdwara?
So I had used, so it wasn't a, so it wasn't
That's
just,
what I asked you about, Mr. Scrivener. I gave you an opportunity to answer the question. I'm trying not to interrupt. You told me this, your reason you're referring to this was it explains why BS 4142 is relevant. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. And I waited a long time. I didn't get anywhere close to understanding why this refers to BS 4142. So I'm now asking you again, Mr. Scrivener, what part of this appeal decision supports use of BS 4142?
it doesn't,
Right.
but
It does the opposite, doesn't it? What the inspector, as Mr. Leach points out, the inspector in this case distinguished between the noise that came from the use of the cricket ground, from spectators, the Barmy Army, the music played during cricket matches, clapping, horns, drumming, all the things that anyone who watches Test cricket will hear regularly, as compared with the use of it as a amplified concert venue. There were two different things. Is that right?
yes,
For the former, the noise that goes on during a cricket match, which can include plenty of, as we know, drumming, horns, clapping, announcements, he applied the approach that it was realistic to expect that that was an acceptable environment.
correct,
People could tolerate that.
yes.
He didn't apply BS 4142 to it, did he?
Apologies, the point I was making is that my assessment for 4142 was assessing the noise on the balconies. So
Well, he didn't. These have balconies or the windows, I think, as well, didn't
no,
they?
this was the private amenity space. So that's
What are you looking at?
79. There is no mitigation to the private amenity spaces to address the significant adverse
Yes, right. That's going back to the concert venue.
No, I'm using BS 4142 to assess. In my proof, I use BS 4142 to assess the external noise on the balcony.
I know well, you may be doing that, but I'm trying to help this inspector understand whether there's any validity to do that. We've looked at the policy framework. I think we're agreed that there's no support for doing that in the policy framework for this type of noise, is there?
Correct.
Right. The only other appeal decision where a similar issue may have cropped up is this one that Mr. Leach has identified. I don't think you're referring to any decision where BS 4142 has been used to assess this type of noise or anything equivalent to this type of noise.
No.
Right. And this appeal decision, the inspector dealt with noise from the two different types of noise in a different way. For the amplified concerts, he dealt with that at, begins at 47 concerts. And this is Old Trafford, where it's used obviously to play cricket, but it's also used in the summer, particularly to play loud, amplified music, big rock concerts attended by 15,000 to 20,000 people.
Yeah.
The inspector applied COP 95 principles to the concerts.
Yes.
We've been through that exercise here for the Gurdwara, and you've agreed we comply with COP 95.
Correct.
Right. He didn't apply BS 4142, did he?
No.
So there's no support in this decision. It would be contrary to the approach in this decision to use it for the Gurdwara.
Yes. What?
Yes. And then he dealt with cricket activity in a slightly different way at paragraph 70. he treated the noise from the cricket activity as of a different nature. 72 BS 8233 doesn't explicitly provide a noise level to assess sporting noise against. Does advise specialist advice might be required. There was uprated glazing and trickle vents from the cricket matches, so future occupants would experience internal noise levels in line with the BS. So just pausing there, for cricket noise, that's all of that sort of noise that takes place throughout the day when cricket's occurring, which include clapping and horns and everything else. The internal noise levels were dealt with in accordance with the BS 8233.
Because they happen so regularly. Yeah.
Well, how regularly? It's a range of cricket formats takes place on a single day or multiple days. And then there was a concern about needing to open your windows, paragraph 73, which isn't of concern here in the same way.
Yep.
He said unrealistic to expect them to have keep their windows shut, 74. 75, you expect still for it to be audible. 76, the guidance outlines that noise impacts may be partially offset. That's the pro-PBG. Proposed courtyards to be relatively quiet, protected and near to residents. In terms of the effects at 78 on consequence of cricket noise, whilst future occupants may make small change in favour, I find that subject to the imposition of a planning condition, they'd have satisfactory living conditions. Right. So absolutely no support for applying BS 4142 to an assessment in this case.
No, so my error, I was using the paragraph at 2.2.2.2.1.1. That was the first place I went, which said, however, it has become widely used outside the specification.
Right.
So that's the one paragraph I used to justify why I'd use 4142. The mistake I had in jumping around these appeal decisions, I was talking about noise in external amenity space. So I totally agree that this appeal decision had nothing to do with 4142. I'd got the two things mixed up. So
right, let's okay. Since we've gone to this decision, can we agree it would similarly support Mr. Leach's position? You shouldn't be applying 4142 because there's no suggestion it was.
Yes.
Right. So then we've got 4142 itself. I think you answered my question. Apologies if I misunderstood it, Mr. Scrivener. We agreed that it explicitly states you shouldn't use it for noise, for music. The document itself. Do you want to turn it up?
No. So
just to be clear, I think it's important, isn't it?
So
because
I agree. So
I think it's important. Let's just go to it. 4142, BS 4142. It's CD 12.10. It couldn't be clearer, could it? Paragraph 1.3, excuse me, 1.3. Little b.
Correct. So if I read for the exact wording of 4142, it excludes so going down this list, this is all the things that you shouldn't use 4142 for. So the first one, recreational activities, including any forms of motorsport.
Yeah, I think we'll be here a long time. You go through all of them. But
sorry, could he please just be allowed to answer in the way that he considers it appropriate?
Finish your answer, but let's try to focus on the questions that are being put, please.
My point is that 4142 has a list, a very specific list. So it says you can't use 4142 in this situation for music and other entertainment. it's very explicit. Don't use it. That's what Mr. Leach did in his proof. He read 1.3b. He read music and other entertainment. Good, I'm home dry. I don't have to use 4142. All I was saying with the NANR 42 is so the first part of NANR 42 says the method explicitly excludes, which that does. It says you should not use it.
Right.
As
And
in
we're
don't-
agreed on
and
that.
hang
now.
on, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I just so it
It's a
says
long
it
one.
explicit. So the first bit says the method explicitly excludes prediction of annoyance and specified only for industrial noise affecting residential building. Pause. And so that confirms that you shouldn't use it. But it goes on to say, however, it's become widely used outside the specification because it provides a simple method. I work for nightclubs, so we use 4142 all the time. I work I work for nightclubs. So if I'd applied 4142, if I looked at every noise consultancy in the country, I would like to see how many of them have used 4142. For instance, Part A says recreational activities, but skate parks, because there's no other standard, the skate park, you can use it. So I think I totally get it, that if you read it to the letter, it says you must not use it. But this isn't like there is a British standard of how to assess a Gurdwara, because I could find no other standard. I went to 4142 because it said this method is very good at providing a complex issue. So what I'm saying is my position, and I use 4142 all the time in places where it shouldn't be used, only because, and I think 1.3h is really important because it says other sources falling within the scopes of other standards and guidance.
Yes.
So if there had been a guidance, a British standard for assessing Gurdwara drums, I should have used that.
Right.
But I read 1.3h as saying if there's not another standard, you should use 4142.
Right. Mr. Scrivener, very long answer.
Sorry.
You confirmed you're told not to use it for this purpose. You've just contradicted yourself in your answer. You referred to 1.3h, reference to use of other guidance. You did use other guidance. You used COP 95.
No, the point I was
making... No, hold on, Mr. Scrivener. That's right, isn't it? We've just been through the exercise of comparing the Gurdwara music events with COP 95.
Yes.
Haven't we?
So in terms of BS 8233 and COP 95.
Yes. There is other sources falling within the scope of other standards and guidance. That's exactly what you did using COP 95.
Yes.
Right. So you're excluded by 1.3b, insofar as it also is covering people at the ceremonies and talking people, and you're excluded by 1.3h because you have treated the Gurdwara events as covered by COP 95. That's right, isn't it?
No.
It's not covered by COP 95.
What I am saying is that when I did my 4142 assessment, I thought because of the guidance in NANR, you can use it for it's good at being used for other purposes outside of its scope. I was very careful to use the methodology in 4142, which takes the source level and compares it to the background level, and depending on the exceedance. What I didn't do was go straight to the assessment, and the assessment says if you do a very strict analysis to 4142, it says if you are 10 over the background, that is a significant adverse
Mr.
impact.
Scrivener, I am going to cut you off because we're not talking about the 4142 assessment now. I'm going to come to that in a moment. I'm just dealing with your last answer to the inspector on the scope of 4142 under paragraph 1.3. You contradicted yourself because you said H wasn't applicable. There is no other source of guidance. There is, and one you applied. That's right, isn't it?
So in my proof of evidence,
Just answer the
no,
question.
I'm going to answer.
Well, what's the answer? Yes or no?
Answer the question directly, and then you can give any caveat that you want to after that.
Can you repeat the question then?
Right. You referred to 1.3H in your answers to the inspector, say there is no other scope of standards or guidance. That is plainly incorrect because there's COP 95, which you yourself applied.
Yes.
Right. So you're outside the scope of BS 4142, not simply because of 1.3b, but also because of 1.3H.
Correct.
Right. And if the inspector applies BS 4142 on its face and does what it tells the inspector, the British Standard are telling practitioners to do, he wouldn't apply 4142 to this case because of B and your acceptance about music, but in any event, H and the COP 95 guidance. That's right, isn't it?
No. So I think if you were to apply a 4142 assessment strictly to that, you wouldn't do it for things like delivery noise.
I'm not concerned with those. I'm just dealing with this case. I don't know what else you've done in other schemes and whether it was right or wrong and had the same sort of errors that we've been through earlier. It's neither here nor there, Mr. Scrivener. I'm dealing with this case. Go back to the question. If the inspector applies BS standard as it's stated on the tin, 1.3, if he cares to follow what they're advising, he would not apply it to the Gurdwara noise, would he?
Short. No, he wouldn't.
No.
And he would have to ignore the advice of, however, it has been widely used outside its specification.
Right. Let's come to that then. That advice is in NANA 92. That doesn't actually have any formal status, does it?
Absolutely not, no.
No, right. And what it actually was written before BS 4142 was updated.
It was based on the 1990 version.
The answer to my question is yes, you're
Yes.
right. It was written before BS 4142 was updated in 2014 to make it explicit as to when 4142 is to be used.
It was written in 1995 after the original version in 1990, which was updated in 1997.
And the answer to my question, Mr. Scrivener, if you want to give a straightforward answer to the inspector, the part of NANA 92 you're relying upon is referring to an old version of BS 4142.
Yes.
The new version of BS 4142 makes it clear, as we've just been through 1.3, that you shouldn't apply it in these circumstances.
Correct.
Right. And that is the latest word from the British Standard Organization.
Correct.
And NANA 92 has not been updated to suggest that you should continue to apply. It doesn't even say you should apply it, but it's not suggested that it's good practice to apply it beyond what's said in 1.3, has it?
Correct.
Right. The other strange thing about your evidence, Mr. Scrivener, in applying BS 4142 is, and ignoring what the advice in BS 8233, but the inspector will need to deal with. Before you launch into 4142 on the assumption that this is commercial industrial noise and use a different time period for a rating, you would need to look at BS 8233 as to what it says about how to use the guidance in 8233 for assessment of residential conditions.
Correct.
There are a number of notes. You're only went to one of those in your evidence. But the inspector would want to know, I'm sure he knows full well already, but 8233 makes it absolutely clear in the, I think it's note 3, 8233 there. No, 8233. Sorry, I'm just getting my document. Sorry, so I'll give you the reference. Danger of trying to be too electronic with this. 12.7. specific types of buildings, dwelling houses.
Yep.
We have an internal ambient noise levels for dwellings. And you went straight to, I think, note 7. I'm so sorry, page 24, 25, internal page 25. I think it's PDF 31. Yeah.
Yeah.
Note 3 tells the inspector, and indeed anyone using this document, the levels are based on annual average data and do not have to be achieved in all circumstances. For example, it's normal to exclude occasional events such as fireworks night or New Year's Eve.
Correct.
Right. It's premised on the basis that you're looking at annual average data. There are going to be fluctuations in the annual average from day-to-day events. You don't need, it's normal to exclude occasional events.
Correct.
By any stretch of the definition of imagination, the 3 events in the ceremonial area are occasional, aren't they?
Yes.
3 times a year.
Yes.
And it would be normal, therefore, to exclude them from the 8233.
Correct.
And that's recognizing that, yes, okay, living in a place in London or indeed any other conurbation, you're going to have the odd occasional events when you may be experiencing noise which affects the LEQs. Firework night being an obvious one, New Year's Eve, and in this case, 2 occasions when the flag ceremony occurs and 1 when there's a procession which occurs throughout the whole borough. But that's just part of the accepted position under note 3.
Correct.
Yeah. You don't then resort to BS 4142 for fireworks night, do you?
No.
There's no reason for the flag raising ceremony either.
Not in internal noise levels. No.
Well, this is applicable to BS 8233 generally, isn't it? Where does it say you do it for external?
It doesn't.
Right, so it's applicable to both.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. And so BS 8233, yes, it's LEQ 16 hour, LEQ 8 hours with LMAXs in the nighttime, and it's recognizing that there'll be occasional events when, yes, there'll be exceedances.
Correct.
But you don't need to, and it's perfectly reasonable not to factor those in.
Correct.
That was the advice given by Tetra Tech.
Yes.
Yes. And it's fair advice, it's correct advice.
Yes.
Yes. And on that approach, if that is fair and correct advice, the appellant has carried out this assessment in the correct way.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we've been going for about an hour and a half, so it's about that time. Would that be a suitable point, Mr.
Yes.
Strong?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn until 25 to 4 then, please. think you'll need from this point?
I'm trying to keep within the original estimate, so I think I've got about, on that estimate, I've got about 20 to 25 minutes left, and I'm going to try and finish it within that period.
Right, thank you.
I'll see if I can do better, but Mr. Scrivener, just a few other matters to cover with you. First of all, can we just agree a point of principle about any methodology that's used consistent with the principle of agent of change? In the case of introducing residential development into an existing noise environment, BS 8233, the policies we've been looking at, allow for the residential development to be designed in a way that creates acceptable living conditions for the new residents by glazing, etc.
Correct.
Yeah. And we've looked at whether that's achieved here in the answers you gave earlier.
Yes.
By contrast, although we've looked at COP95, and we can think about other NANAR 92 type documents, if you're introducing a noise source into existing residential development, it's quite common for a different approach to be applied, because you can't change the residential conditions of the existing residences.
Correct.
Yes. And the inspector needs to have that in mind when considering, for example, COP95, even though we comply with it, that is considering, for example, starting up a concert venue in an existing residential area. The noise levels are set because you don't know and can't assume that the existing residential development has the ability to control the internal noise levels.
Correct.
Yeah. That problem doesn't arise here because we're putting the residential development into an existing environment.
Correct.
Right. So that's important in this context because, for example, even though we comply with COP95 as you've accepted, COP95, or indeed any document, including BS 4142, for even if it were industrial noise, allows you to think about the extent to which your new development can control the noise environment.
Correct.
Yeah. And that brings us back to BS 8233 and its advice, which is about setting parameters for acceptable living conditions by reference to standards that are based upon day and night internal and external spaces.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Next point is that the only matter I think we left over, having looked at your tables in the addendum as now corrected, the addendum statement of common, sorry, the statement of common ground addendum, if you've got that, we've drawn our lines through those 115. I've been through internal noise level conditions in all situations, and we're agreed that there's compliance with acceptable noise conditions for internal levels in all conditions, as I've understood it.
Correct. Yes.
And externally, we're agreed on the Gatka balconies for the Block A are also acceptable because we looked at that 59 level, correct?
Yes.
And externally, for the 3 ceremonial events, the LEQs, 16-hour daytime, are 60 dB and 59 dB respectively, depending if you play the Nagara on the balcony or in the car park or the ceremonial area.
Correct.
Yeah. And therefore, applying BS 8233 on the occasional events principle, you wouldn't be suggesting that a 59 dB and 60 dB LEQ for a balcony in this location is unacceptable, would you?
In terms of 8233,
Yes.
yeah.
You wouldn't be saying it's unacceptable.
Yes,
You're agreeing with me or disagreeing?
I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, that's good. And therefore, what actually the appellant has produced with in relation to BS 823 and the guidance on external amenity space, which has that guideline of 55, but recognizes it can be higher if it's a place where development is desirable. That is the case here, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And if I can just put it another way around, Mr. Scrivener, in light of both of the internal conditions that are available to residents, even on the lowest specification, glazing specification, and the external conditions, either below 55 for the 12 events or just 59 or 60 for those 3 hours per year. It's 3 hours in a year, isn't it? That's not creating any unreasonable restriction for the Gurdwara, is it?
No, not in terms of 8233.
Well, not in terms of 8233, not at all, because the living conditions are such for the residents that they have both an acceptable noise environment internally, so there's no need to complain about noise from the Gurdwara, is there? You get short shrift from the Environmental Health Department. That's right, isn't it? So they haven't got any, you can never stop people complaining about anything, but if they were to complain, they haven't got a reasonable basis for complaining, have they?
No.
And the same applies for the external areas. They'd be complaining about a noise level of 59 dB LEQ or 60 LEQ for an event that happens 3 hours per year if they happen to be on their balcony.
Correct.
So they wouldn't have a reasonable basis for complaint, would they?
Correct.
And can you just pick up these statements, the original statement of common ground, because the inspector might find it helpful just to do a reality check. In the original statement of common ground, based on the Cadner model, which you've all agreed, the inspector has a table 1 which has the Cadner predicting the effects of Nagara, not just for Block A, but also surrounding residential properties.
Correct, yes.
And we can do the same exercise of striking out the left-hand column.
Yes.
So we're into the sound power level of 106, yes?
Correct.
And just as a reality check, we can see, can't we, that in fact, the levels from the playing of the Nagara in the courtyard affecting other residential properties are either the same or in some cases higher, 231, 235, I think that might be the priest's house, but certainly other houses not owned by the Gurdwara are the same, or broadly speaking, the same as would be at Block A.
Yes, they're about the same.
Yeah. For the Nagara and the courtyard, and none of that's led to any complaint.
I'm not aware of any complaints from the Gurdwara in the last 5 years.
Or any
No, actually, yeah.
and it's just an indication, by way of testing things, it's an indication that notwithstanding those levels being experienced in Hibernia Road, indeed, they're in residential amenity areas, gardens, as well as at facades without noise mitigation. Yes?
Correct, yeah.
No one is actually motivated to complain because the noise is not of a character which they find offensive.
Correct.
Yeah. Although it's clearly audible.
Yes.
At those properties.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's quite a good way for the inspector, at least, to test whether this is likely to be a problem. There's no evidence that it would be.
Sorry.
There's no evidence that the fact that the Nagara drum can clearly be heard in Hibernia Road garden, or indeed in the house themselves, without any of the glazing specifications that are being proposed here, it causes a problem.
Correct.
And that's quite a good indication it's not going to be a problem for Block A either.
Yes.
Yeah. I think in your evidence, the inspector can see, I think you've accepted this in your evidence, Mr. Scrivener. In your original proof, you were relying upon lower levels being experienced to Hibernia Road because you hadn't factored in the Undercroft areas and line of sight to Hibernia Road properties behind. That's now been corrected by the Cadner model.
That in my proof, I didn't actually say where it was. I put it on the left-hand side. And when we discussed it, so if they put it on the left-hand side, it had lower levels, but if it was on the right-hand side, so in the statement of common ground, we decided to put it on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you also talked about Hibernia Road being affected by air conditioning units in the business park, didn't you?
Yes.
Those should be, and you've got no evidence to suggest they're not, but they should be, have been installed at low levels which are below, I think, 5 or 10 dB, the background noise levels to comply with normal SPD requirements.
Yeah, and if no one's complaining about them.
Well, no one's complaining about them because they're the basic proposition of them is that they should be at such a low level to the background noise that they shouldn't be discernible in that sense.
Correct.
Yeah. Right. That I think just leaves the question of the extractor fan, which you raised in your proof of evidence. I don't think it was raised before your proof of evidence, was it?
No.
No. The council has never indicated that that's causing an issue for this scheme.
No, and I dealt with it. I thought it would be dealt with a 106.
Well, you say conditional 106. Have you posed a condition from the council to deal with that?
That's what I put in my proof.
I know. Have you proposed a condition? The council, have you seen the council proposed a condition? No. Well, so we can come back to that in conditions 106. I just want to see the principle of it, first of all. Mr. Scriven, in order to for a condition to be imposed or one obligation to be sought, it would have to be necessary to achieve satisfactory living conditions in the units, wouldn't it?
Correct.
We're already agreed in the statement of common ground that the satisfactory conditions are achieved for road, aviation, and the business premises that are on the other side of the appeal site at Thompson Road.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And if you've no doubt looked at the analysis of that.
Yes.
That's based upon achieving satisfactory internal living conditions through glazing specifications from noise from those units.
Just to be clear, I haven't assessed the noise from the extract.
No, I know that, Mr. Scrivener, but you're saying it's necessary for some mitigation to be done to the extractor fan. That's not the case, however, by application of the same principles that you've accepted for the living conditions from the effects of Thompson row properties. If satisfactory living conditions can be obtained internally, you were talking about nighttime noise conditions, for example.
So I accepted all that in terms of BS 8233 and the policies, but I think the noise level of the existing extract, if you used 4142, which I think you can use to assess the noise, you would end up with an significant adverse impact.
But you'd be looking at the internal living conditions. You talked about nighttime noise, for example, didn't you? You said throughout the night.
Yes.
Right. So you'd be looking at sleeping conditions internally for the properties.
Yes. So if you
And can you achieve, can't you, satisfactory internal noise conditions for all those units with the assessment of the noise from that fan?
if you assess it in terms of 8233, yes.
Well, or 4142.
I don't think that's so. I haven't assessed the noise.
Do you want to turn up the acoustic technical report? Page 33 of 97, CD 8.3, thank you. Page 33 of 97.
Which document? Sorry.
It's the acoustic report from Seoul that went with the planning application.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, February 23, it's the appeal application.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
CD 8.3.
Yes, I've got it. Sorry.
You got it?
Yeah.
8.3, page 33 of 97. Let me know, since everyone's asking, I'll wait to know that you've got there, sir. But are you there, Mr. Scrivener?
I am, yes.
This is the assessment of commercial noise on residential development.
Yes.
It's common ground that what's in here is acceptable.
Yes.
And what's in here is an assessment of the commercial noise under BS, assessed against BS 4142 for Thompson Road.
Correct.
And if you look at table 10, there's a assessment of the noise level. Initial estimate likely to be an indication of a significant adverse impact. But then application, assessment of BS 4142, and applying that assessment and what can be achieved internally, no adverse impact. Over the page, 34. Internal ambient noise level of 26 dB LEQ 16 hours within the living rooms and 20 dB within the bedrooms.
Correct.
That principle should apply to the fan on the other side of the appeal site.
So if you assessed it, so if we had the same noise level from the fan, the kitchen extract, and we applied the internal, just calculating the internal levels, then yes. So if you use this approach with the kitchen extract, yes.
Well, why should you use a different approach for Thompson Road properties to the Gurdwara kitchen fan? Why would you use a different approach?
Because I would use 4142.
This is using 4142.
So,
This is using 4142, isn't it?
so I would,
Sorry, Mr. Skinner,
so for,
just focus on my question. This is a standard assessment in accordance with 4142 of noise, persistent noise or continuous noise under 4142 from a type of commercial noise. Yes?
yes,
What it does is identify there's a potential for noise from the properties and then goes on to assess whether you can achieve acceptable living conditions internally for the properties.
so internally, yes.
Yes, and well, you say internally, yes, externally as well, because it's common grounds that the living conditions, the appeal schemes acceptable for commercial, the effects of aviation, road, and industrial noise. Do you want to?
No, correct.
What?
Yes,
Right. So applying the same approach, if you can achieve the same sort of acceptable living conditions for the block D, it's block D, I think you're raising, the same principle should apply.
yes, using this approach, yes.
Yes, but there's no other approach you're advocating, is there? Otherwise, you'd be using double standards for the Gurdwara versus the other property.
Correct.
Right. And using this approach, are you suggesting you can't achieve internal living conditions that are acceptable for block D? I haven't seen any evidence to that effect.
No, I haven't.
So in that case, the suggestion that you need to impose a condition mitigating the extractor fan of the Gurdwara is not necessary, because the internal conditions assessed under BS 4142 create acceptable living conditions for the property.
Yes, in terms of the kitchen extract, I focused solely on the noise of the garage. So that part of my proof saying that it could be dealt is incorrect.
It's incorrect because there is no need for a conditional 106 obligation to deal with the extractor fan, is there? It's already covered by the specifications that are covered by condition for the construction of block D.
So using this approach and calculating the noise internally, yes. So yes.
Yes, so yes, just be clear as to what you're agreeing. This approach should be applied to the western side for the extractor fan as much as it is for the eastern side for the industrial premises, correct?
Correct.
And using this approach, you can achieve satisfactory conditions within block D covered by the conditions that already exist without the need for a further condition attenuating the fan itself.
Yes.
Right, thank you very much. Sorry, sir, just... Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Just bear with me one moment while I check my note. Right, okay. Mr. Further, any re-examination, please?
Thank you. Yes, please, sir. Mr. Scrivener, you were asked earlier in your cross-examination about the advice from the Council's Environmental Health Officer based on the technical input from Tetra Tech.
Correct.
Okay. So we that additional letter that was from Tetra Tech we gave to the appellant in the lunchtime adjournment, and I wonder if I could, and they noticed that there was in fact another one referred to in Mr. Scrivener's proof that wasn't amongst the core documents, so we've given them both of those, and I wonder if I might just give them to you.
Yes, okay. You've seen them and
Well, I've seen them, but for the first time.
Right.
So you,
is it?
we've never, they've never been provided to us to date.
Okay. Do you object to me
No,
accepting them? Or?
I don't, so because I'm happy for you to see them, but just be a little bit careful, because there's you'll see what they say. There's nothing that concerns me. There is reference to using COP95. I've already covered that with the witness. But if it's going to be suggested that we should have done a COP95 assessment prior to what we've gone through, that was never, ever indicated to us at any stage. Just to be clear, because we've never had this letter until now.
Right, understood.
And I say that, sir, because I think it was suggested that we attached it in, Mr. Scrivener suggested that we had sent it to the inspectorate. Well, we checked that, and that's not right.
Right, okay. Thank you.
So there should be two letters there. So one is dated the 1st of September 22, and the other is dated, sorry, the 21st. I've given you them in the wrong order. One is February 22 and one is September.
Yes, okay. If they can be added to the inquiry documents list, please.
Apologies, I only seem to have got the February one. Have we got another copy of the September one? Oh, is that yours? Copy there. We've got a copy here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I just want to start not with these documents, but with the Tetra Tech, because I think we now have 3 in the core documents and these 2 additional ones. So just to understand the information that Tetra Tech had at the time they gave their advice and what their advice was. So could we start, please, with core document 3.1, which is their response of January 2022.
Yes.
Okay, and we see there that Tetra Tech have, all they've received at that stage is the stage 2 environmental report from the applicant, which is applicant at the time, which is one we looked at earlier, which just mentioned the Gurdwara those 2 times when it was talking about the site description.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So then they talk about some glazing specifications. This is at point 1, which they consider to be largely acceptable. And then they talk about the Muga and the play space, etc. And there's some recommendations on the second of the 3 pages, clarifications being sought. And then there's some discussion about conditions about fixed plant and internal noise criteria. Okay, at that stage, what do you understand Tetra Tech to have known about noise from the Gurdwara and that issue?
I don't think they knew about the Gurdwara noise at that stage.
Okay. Could you then look at the second document, which is now the one we have of February 2022?
I don't think I've got that.
Oh, let me give it to you. Just take it. Sorry, I've now given away my copy. I wonder if I could just, it's the February one. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this then is, there's a response, it's referring to a response by Sol Acoustics, and we've looked at that response already, or you've discussed it, which just effectively responded to the first letter we've looked at, and it talks about the clarifications, conclusions. It's talking about specific clarifications have been provided, no further information is required, and again, discussion of proposed conditions. So at this stage in February, what's your understanding then of Tetra Tech's awareness or understanding of the noise from the Gurdwara?
I haven't seen this document before, but on what you've just said, I don't think they knew about the Gurdwara.
All right, then there's core document 2.3, which is a Tetra Tech response.
I'm just sorry, a bit concerned you say you haven't seen it. This is actually listed as one of the documents in your appendix as you having reviewed. This is
Do you want to just have a look at your Appendix A, Mr. Scrivener?
Yep. Yes, I have. Sorry.
You have seen
Yes.
it before. Okay, thank you very much. So just cast your eye over it again. Yeah, any indication there or discussion or mention of the Gurdwara, noise from the Gurdwara?
No.
Okay. Could you turn to core document 3.2? This is the Tetra Tech response of the 7th of June. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay. So at this stage then, we can see in the comments, they talk about the stage 2 environmental and intrusive noise assessment report. Then they talk in the subsequent bullet points about objections from the Gurdwara. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then they've got another bullet point afterwards, after the submitted documents, which says schedule of events at the Hounslow Gurdwara indicates large number of events, total 440 to 808. It says, while there's a brief description of the scale and nature, it's not clear which have a significant outdoor portion or have the potential to result in outdoor noise. Many of the events will not have outdoor noisy aspect to them. Hounslow believe it's important to understand the types and nature of events that could potentially impact on the residential development. And then over the page, they refer to the clear acoustic, the noise levels being very high, and they want to better understand the potential impact, and they've asked the Gurdwara to provide them with some more information. The report doesn't provide details about the noise monitoring, etc.
sorry, sir. I mean, I don't know where the questions are going, but if you're going to summarize it in that way, you'd need to point out that they made the point about the LAQ 16 being the relevant.
Okay.
Something that was wrong in the CD 4.4. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of the summary of. I don't know what question's being asked yet, but there's a real danger of what was called leading questions.
Okay.
I don't know what the purpose
well,
of
if
it
you
is.
don't know what the purpose is, and I haven't yet asked a question, I think that
Well, no, you're
the
summarizing the
foreseeing-
document with leaving out
okay.
the bits which I cross-examined him on.
Okay.
The document points out the error in the 16-hour
Okay.
assessment.
Which Mr. Scrivener has accepted.
Let's hear the question,
Yeah.
and then we'll see if there's a problem, shall we?
Okay, sure. Okay. So then it says report talking about the clear acoustic, doesn't provide details of the types of events, etc. Hounslow has concerns about the noise presented within the report, whether they're representative. And then it's suggesting on the final page, it sets out the previous condition. It says, however, this condition was recommended prior to this objection being raised, before it's understood outdoor area was used. Hounslow therefore requests noise impact assessment is updated to take account of noise from the events at the Gurdwara. Okay, so reference to the objection from the Gurdwara. How would you characterise Tetra Tech's understanding at this stage, based on what they've written here, of the actual events and the noise levels produced at the Gurdwara?
I think they're looking for more information.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have the response of the 24th of June, which is core document 3.3. Okay, so here now, what they've had is the Gurdwara's objection and Seoul Acoustics' response to that objection. We can see those listed in the bullet points, the things they've taken into account. Then they say at point 1, it's noted that the event held outside on Thursday the 14th is related to an annual celebration and flag raising ceremony. It's understood these are special events and not typical to weekly, monthly running of the Gurdwara. Therefore, they're of the opinion it's unreasonable to expect developer to demonstrate compliance with 8233 for events which occur occasionally. Instead, the external building facade will be designed to achieve internal levels. Okay, just pausing there a moment, and do have a look through the rest of the document. But is there any reference here to the Gatka demonstrations, which do take place monthly?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And then there is the response that we have that you mentioned earlier, which is from the 1st of September 2022. And again, we can see towards the bottom of the page the additional information they've received in those bullet points. And over the page, they talk about monthly logs provided by the Gurdwara, the 2 annual celebrations it mentioned. It's assumed these would be classed as significant religious days. There'll be around 10 of this magnitude or less per year, and across the remaining noise data. Unfortunately, at the time of writing, they hadn't received the requested data, so it's difficult to fully understand the duration or overall average noise generated by an event. Not directly comparable, might consider COP 95, which we've spoken about. It's considered unlikely that average noise levels from music would exceed the limits set out in Table 1 for significant periods across all 10 of the main events. Then it says future residents can be made aware of them. This can make a significant difference to perception, reduce the likelihood of complaints. And then in terms of recommendation, in the absence of the requested clear acoustic noise data, Hounslow has made an informed decision based on the information available at the time of the consultation. It's considered unlikely that they'll exceed the COP noise limits. Okay, so what do you understand based on that?
So I think they don't understand about the DACA demonstration in the courtyard.
Okay, and in terms of their requests for additional information that hadn't yet been provided from the Gurdwara as to the noise levels and the further noise measurements, sorry, what does that indicate to you about the extent of their knowledge of noise levels produced generally by the Nagara at the Gurdwara?
I don't think they had the full picture.
Okay, thank you. To what extent do you yourself rely on the measurements that were provided in the clear acoustic report?
I don't place any reliance on them. I use the sound power levels that I measured.
Okay, thank you. You referred in terms of the agent of change to, you were asked about the MPPF, do you recall, and you said that you thought policies D13 and 14 of the London Plan were relevant. Could I ask you please just to turn those up? They are core, well, they're in separate core documents. So we'll look at D13 first. Core document 10.1.16. .1.16.
Get to that.
You there?
D13?
D13, yeah. So Part A says the agent of talks about the agent of change principle, placing responsibility on the agent of change effectively. And B, designed to ensure established noise can remain viable, continue to grow, etc. Okay, and then D, in terms of D, development proposals should manage noise and other potential nuisances by ensuring good design mitigates and minimises potential nuisances, exploring mitigation measures early in the design stage, separating new noise-sensitive development where possible through use of distance screening, internal layout, soundproofing, insulation, and other acoustic design measures. Okay, to what extent do you consider that those policy requirements there in D to have been satisfied in this case?
I don't think they have been satisfied.
Why is that?
I don't think they've taken good design measures.
In what way, if they fail to do that?
I don't think they've assessed them. I don't think they've looked at, they haven't understood the noise sources, and they haven't, I think they've just jumped straight into the mitigation.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask you please to take up the SPD, the non-adopted SPD, which is core document 12.9. And could you turn, please, to PDF for everyone else, page 25, and view. Oh, you've got that electronically as well, have you?
Yep.
Okay, so do you see there is section 6.3 internal noise levels in nearby dwellings? Do you have that section? PDF page 25. And it's numbered 24 at the bottom.
Internal noise levels in nearby dwellings.
Yeah. Okay. And do you see the second paragraph under that subheading says, in some cases, for steady continuous noise without a specific character, the guidance on suitable internal levels found in table 4 of BS 8233 may be relevant.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And to what extent do you say the Nagara noise is continuous noise without a specific character?
I think it isn't continuous, and it does have character.
Thank you. And then it says application should demonstrate these levels can be complied with. In other cases, it may be necessary to seek to achieve better standards in nearby dwellings. For example, where the proposed industrial or commercial development may emit noise with a tonal, impulsive, or other discrete characteristics, the LPA might consider it appropriate to apply a character correction for internal noise standards. To what extent do the parties agree that a character correction should be applied to the noise from the Gurdwara?
They agree that in terms of 8233, it shouldn't be.
Okay, because 8233 doesn't allow for the application of penalties for characteristics. But what is the parties' positions? What are the parties' positions as to the actual noise from the Nagara and whether that justifies the application of penalties for intermittency and impulsivity because of its nature?
So we both think that we should add the +3 and the intermittency.
Whatever it is,
Yeah.
you say, understood. Okay, and to what extent, please, have you seen professional noise experts apply BS 4142 outside its strict specification for industrial commercial noise since the update was adopted in 2014?
Many applications I use 4142 that goes outside its strict requirements.
Okay. Sorry, you do?
Yes.
Okay, and to what extent have you seen other acoustic experts that you've come across using?
It's used extensively, yes.
Extensively, okay. Thank you. In terms of the agent of change principle, finally, you were asked about existing residents and the noise levels that they experience at Hibernia Drive, etc. To what extent do you say that's relevant in considering the agent of change principle, which is about introducing new residential properties?
I think you can't use the fact that you're already creating a nuisance to justify creating a nuisance to the existing residential.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Scrivener. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Right, thank you, Mr. Scrivener. Long day for you today. You'll be ready for the weekend. Right, I think at this stage it's 4:20, so I don't intend to carry on to hear any other evidence today. But can we just talk about the timetable? We're running behind where we thought we might be. We'll be moving on to Mr. Duncan again on Tuesday. There's been an amended programme sent by email. Yes, I think, has everybody seen that? Is that correct? I think there was. Well, yes. Yes, there were some speakers that were due to speak on Thursday next week, and they have shifted to Friday. The MP and Lord Ranger. Is that correct? Or
they had to do Thursday. Okay.
yes, okay, but they have moved to the wrong day, is what I'm pointing out. So I think there needs to be some further amendments.
Apologies, yeah. I had also noted an issue with Tuesday afternoon in any event, because it seemed to have us on the times estimates that were allowed sitting well past 7 o'clock, which I don't regard as appropriate, and I doubt many others in this room would either.
So would it be sensible if we got together now, sir, amongst ourselves and tried to agree an update to that?
Yes, please. I think that would be the best way forward.
So just to say, I think Ms. Malik has disappeared, but she did raise the issue that her witness, Alice Cook, is only available on the Tuesday.
Well, wasn't it that she'd only bought her train tickets for Tuesday?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're the same thing.
But we just need to understand what her timings are.
Yes, well, as I said at the beginning, the programme is not set in stone and is likely to change, and witnesses are expected to be here at the time that they're needed. So if you could speak to Ms. Malik about that, and if all the parties can put their heads together to try and revise that. It looks like we're likely to need the days that we'd reserved in November, even on the timetable that we have. So let's see how we get on.
So can I? Sorry.
Yes.
Could I just say I will be doing my best to avoid repetition in cross-examination. It's an unusual situation because, however you describe it, second bite at the cherry or whatever, I'm going to hear for another noise witness who presumably may want to say different things. I would invite careful thought to be given as to whether, except where we've got to now, is common ground, and if not, I then have to revisit the same ground, which maybe I have to, but I would invite very careful thought from the Rule 6 party. If I do have to go over it again, I will, but I'm trying to avoid duplication.
Well, so I obviously am going to talk to Mr. Duncan over the weekend. I have to say that I anticipate that my estimate for evidence in chief will have increased, because there have been a number of matters that have come out today that Mr. Duncan will need to address. He is, of course, an independent expert, and he will have his own views, and he's entitled to give whatever evidence he sees fit on those matters.
Right. Okay. Well, yes, that's fine. But worth listening to Mr. Strawn's request that if there are matters that have been agreed by the council that you also now agree, then that would be helpful to know.
If we agree them, then of course we will.
Yes.
Yes, there's going to be no looking to flog matters that we do agree on.
Yes. Right. Okay. Well, perhaps then when the revised timetable is being looked at, there can be some thought given to the time estimates as well. Right. Any other matters to raise this evening? Yes. I think we've got a lot to get through, so if everyone can do 9:30. Yes. Okay. Yes. So 9:30 then. Right, thank you everyone. We'll adjourn now until 9:30 on Tuesday.